so fortunate, so happy to have woken up this morning, to be alive, to be sitting here as a human being, dedicating some time to practicing the Dharma. We think about how this particular life form that we have we're a human being with working sensory organs, a brain that works properly to be able to understand language and teaching. We live in a place where the teachings are available. The Buddha has come, he's taught, teaching still exists. It's still possible to gain realizations of those teachings. There are beings who help make the teachings available to us. There are still realized masters on this planet. We don't have wrong views that block us from practicing. We haven't committed any of the 5 immediate misdeeds. So we have so many conditions, right? And not only that, but not only have we met the Dharma, but we've met the Mahayana teachings. And not just the Mahayana, but we've met a tradition that combines Mahayana and the Vajrayana Mahayana. Vajrayana aspect that allows one to progress to enlightenment so quickly. So we start to feel that among all the beings in this universe, all the 6 realms, that we ourselves are like the most fortunate ones. We have the best of opportunities right now. We start to feel as if like we're, as if we've, more than won the lottery. As if we're like the richest beings in the universe. The most fortunate ones. What we have is like more precious than a whole, if you had like a whole country just piled with diamonds, it's nothing compared to what you have right this moment. But this life that we have is the most precious thing in the universe. It doesn't last forever. It's definite that it will end. Its very nature is impermanent. If you look around on this planet, everybody eventually dies. Beings also die at any given moment. So there's no certainty of our lifespan. So we start to feel, right, that I have the most precious thing in the universe, most precious opportunity anywhere, but I'm definitely going to lose it. It can end any time. So at least today, I have to take its essence. That for sure, all day today and this evening, I have to take the essence of this opportunity, of this precious life. And all the Buddhas, like in one voice, have said that the best possible way to take the essence is the practice of bodhicitta. That there's no better merit than bodhicitta. There's no better purification than bodhicitta. There's There's no better way of making your own happiness than bodhicitta. There's no other way of fulfilling others' happiness than bodhicitta. There's no better way to create like vast merits than bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is the best way of being a good person. It's the best way of progressing to good future lives. It's the best way of progressing to enlightenment. So we've kind of then resolved, in order to take the essence of this precious life, I'll live this day with bodhicitta motivation, totally dedicating myself to compassion, to the unusual attitude of universal responsibility. So we feel the purpose of my life, the purpose of today, is to benefit all sentient beings, as vast as the vastness of space. Every person, every other kind of being, every animal, also the hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, demigods, gods, intermediate state beings, friends, enemies, strangers, kind sentient beings, angry sentient beings, difficult sentient beings, doesn't matter. The purpose of my life is to be of benefit to all of them, to lead them all to enlightenment. But of course I can't lead them to enlightenment unless I myself become enlightened. So my focus for today is to practice the Dharma in order to progress to enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So we resolve right now, that's our intention for the rest of today. It's like our causal motivation for the day. As we're engaging meditation, discussion, study, talking, eating, walking, driving, everything. The motivation is I'm living for the benefit of all sentient beings to progress to enlightenment for their sake. before we meditate more, a couple things. One is one thing I realized after you guys left, I said one thing wrong yesterday when I said the Dharma, like you know how I said the conventional Dharma jewel is like text, right? Or speech of the Buddha. But then when I said the ultimate Dharma jewel are cessations, right? And actually it should have said true paths and true cessations actually. So it would include true paths actually too. I said meditating on emptiness, but I didn't define it properly. So I should have said true paths, which are true paths in the mind of a sentient being, or it could include a Buddha, and then true, because the path of no more learning is a path in the mind of the Buddha. But then also the true paths and true cessations. So I just left that out. The true paths. And then also, you had asked a question about if somebody takes the lay vows, right? And then what if somebody doesn't keep them perfectly?
The example that I run into all the time, so with the very first one, don't kill any sentient beings. So, oops, I just killed a bug, versus, oops, I just killed a human being, So what, breaks the root, and then what's more of a downfall?
Yeah,
and then how do you restore?
So to break it from, like in that example of killing, if you kill someone, actually you have to include intentionally. Because for example, I'll give you an example. If a surgeon was doing their best but made a mistake and the person died, you could say, well, they killed them in a sense, right? But they were trying to save them and they didn't. Maybe they, even if they what's the word? If a surgeon was trying their best but made an error, and then the person died, that wouldn't be the same as intentionally killing somebody. So that wouldn't be. It might be not good karma if they made a mistake, but that's not breaking their vow. Because the vow would be intentionally killing a human. So in other words, if somebody intentionally kills a human being, then they have lost the vow. Right? But if somebody and then so the same thing would go for an insect, though, right? Like if you're driving and you kill an insect, that's a different. We'll go over that in karma class, right? About the nature of intention. But if you kill without intention, it's a much different thing. Because to create karma, you're really doing it. I mean, the main karma is with intention. That's different. Then there are different levels that we'll talk about. Like if you're negligent, but you do it, versus if it's just a total accident. But anyways, so if you intentionally kill an insect, you don't lose your vow, although that's bad karma, right? You damage it, but you don't lose it. So the reason why that's important is and I double checked this to make sure I was right. I double checked with what Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, and he says very clearly that. So if you fully break your lay, any of the five lay vows, and that would be right by intentionally killing a human being, lying about having attained spiritual attainments that you haven't attained, having sexual relations, with somebody who's married, right? or if you're married, having sexual relations with somebody else, and so in other words, those that would be the extreme of sexual misconduct, right? So I'm just going all those, right? So if you fully break a vow like that, then you have to go to a teacher and retake them. So in other words, because you've lost them, right? So it's possible to retake those if you break them. That's what I wasn't 100% sure. I thought it was, but I better double check it. There are certain vows you can't after a certain. For example, with monks, if they give back, or nuns, if they give back their vows, they can take them again a certain number of times. You can't keep, but the Buddha said you only do that. I forget a certain number, and then you can't keep doing it. But if they fully break it, there are certain things where they can't retake it, I think. But anyway, for a layperson, if you break the vow, you can go to your lama, tell them what happened, and ask to retake it. That's possible. But if you damage it, right? That's more your question, I think, because that's more common, right? So that's something that actually that's very common, right? Like in other words, like lying, people tell white lies all the time, or some little things like that, right? So there are lots of those like that, right? Or killing an insect is an example. So in those cases, you don't have to retake them. You don't have to go to your teacher. You don't have to go to somebody else and talk about it. What the advice is to do the 4 powers of purification. And so the examples they give usually are one is Atisha, right? So like Lama Atisha used to walk, like when he would go on horseback or travel in Tibet, he would always carry one that, like we have there, a little stupa. And so they said the story goes that he was difficult to travel with because if he had just one negative thought, he would get down off the horse or whatever, and he would walk around the stupa and do confession. He wouldn't even wait, 5 minutes to purify the negative karma he created. And they say that, like Lama Tsongkhapa, right, he did, in retreat, he did 3.5 million prostrations to the 35 Buddhas. But then for the rest of his life, and at least until he was too old, I think maybe the rest of his life, I don't know when he got really sick at the end or not, but every night he would do 35 Buddhas, prostrations to the, even after he had done, remember I was saying earlier about the preliminary practices? So his version of preliminary practice was 3.5 million, not 100,000. But then even after that, every night he would do prostrations to the 35 Buddhas to purify any small errors. And that's Lama Tsongkhapa, right? So if he did that every night, then we can assume that, we may not be as perfect in keeping ours, because he was a fully ordained monk who was one of the best holders of, he was famous particularly for his purity as a monk. So anyway, so the advice would be to each night, to go over the day and think, well, did I damage? If I have these 5, let's say a person took 5 vows, right? So to go back over the day and think, well, did I make some mistake? Did I do one of those things, right? And if one did, then to intensively, or as intensively as you can, to generate the 4 powers, which we'll go over in the karma class, but we've done all that before too. So, and so you can do that in conjunction with like the 35, prostrations to the 35 Buddhas. You can do that in conjunction with Vajrasattva practice, where there are lots of other purification practices that we'll go over in the karma class. But so the idea would be if you make a mistake, that's part of the normal training in Dharma, right? There is at the beginning, we all, and even until we reach a certain level, we all make mistakes, and hopefully the mistakes get less and less. But so then, and then of course, one of the 4 powers is the power of resolve not to repeat the action. So you do that as well in that context. And you think, okay, and so if you can, and so like if you're making a certain kind of mistake, like let's say you have a habit of killing ants, or you have a habit of telling white lies, and you do it unconsciously because you've done it for a long time or something like that. So that's how you work with that then, right? It's like you would each night if you can, right? This can't actually do this. It's not that bad. You would go through the 4 powers, and then you would try to change that habit, right? Like so you might say, if it's a big one, you could say, well, I'm never going to do that again. If it's a small one, then you might say, okay, so tomorrow I won't do that, and the next day, okay, for the morning I won't. Depending on how habitual it is, I can at least not do it, until noon, and then keep extending until you eventually can. Not do it at all, and that's how people's practice of morality gets better and better. And really, I want to say too that that's really the Buddhist. That is the training in morality, actually. Really the training in morality is training our mind to not want to do negative actions. It's not, actually that's really the definition. Like in the 6 perfections, when they define the perfection of morality, it's defined as a mental training, actually. So there is the mental training, and the perfection of morality is. You reach a point where you no longer want to do anything negative, right? And then naturally your behavior accords with that. So really it's training your mind through the 4 powers of purification, and then gradually your behavior gets better and better. But so that's that. So you don't really, for smaller infractions you purify it yourself, and then then there are other ways to purify, but they all should be in conjunction with the 4 powers. Depending on what practices you do. Right, if you're practicing Sutrayana, then you can also recite, instead of Vajrasattva or 35 Buddhas, you can recite the Sutra of Golden Light, or the Vajracutter Sutra, and then in Tantric practice there are different practices that can be done to purify negative karma. But so in general, that's the...
Lord, when you do the 6-section guru yoga every day, isn't that like retaking the vows every day?
Not really. What that really is actually it's reviewing the vow. Really, technically, when you take the 6-session guru yoga, like what you're supposed to do is review your vows, really, to see how you're doing with them. Because technically, like yeah, so in the sixth section Guru Yoga, you review the vows, right? And also it's to keep some of your tantric vows. You know, you do some of those, keeping them like in a certain way. But actually to retake the vows, technically, like to technically, like in that tantric context, to really retake them, you'd have to have done taken the full initiation. You know, somebody who's received the highest yoga tantra initiation. You have to, if you've done the full retreat of one deity, and then you do the self-initiation of that deity, then you actually retake them. But it's only in the context of the sixth session Guru Yoga. I mean, of the self-initiation that you really retake all the vows. So in the sixth session Guru Yoga, it's more like you're reviewing them. The only one that, and also the outside the context of either going to your teacher to retake them, or doing in the self-initiation, you can retake them all the pranimoksha, bodhisattva, and tantric vows. But otherwise, I think technically it's only the, I'm not sure about this, but I'm pretty certain that it's only the bodhisattva vows that you can take on your own, actually, you know, usually, unless it's in the context of a self-initiation. So those you can, you know, if you take, like, for example, if you've taken them, you can retake them, just like from a visualized from the Buddha. But I think the pranimoksha vows and the tantric vows you have to either retake from your teacher or do the self-initiation if you've qualified to do.
I've had it explained to me in this way, which seems a little bit more accessible, especially when you're starting out. It's like, when you brush your teeth, you're killing millions of sentient beings, okay? But what happens when you don't brush your teeth? People don't want to talk to you, they don't want to be around you, so it kind of like limits your Dharma practice, right? So, like, when you brush your teeth, your intention is actually, you know, set to kind of practice more, and so it kind of makes that action, you know, focus it more on, well, I'm doing this actually to be beneficial to others within this construct, you know, so you kind of have to, you can't stop brushing your teeth, you know, I mean, but, you know, and you know, do the purification and everything else, but just know, like, there's certain things that you have to do, and it kind of focuses more on bringing your practice more into your life, and like every time you talk, just make sure it's in line with Dharma, you know.
Well, I heard that microbes are not sentient beings, like plants. They're not considered sentient beings.
Yeah, that was my
Microbes and
question.
viruses. So that's
But
what you
there's
do when
bacteria
you
and
brush your
stuff,
teeth. That's what I heard, that they're not like plants.
The way
They're
that
not sentient beings.
the way that I've been taught about sentient beings, it's anything that gravitates towards what would make it happy, like, you know, so, you know, plants gravitate toward light, fleas gravitate towards, you know, whatever, so, like, that's kind of my overall
But in
understanding of it.
Buddhism, I don't think that plants and microbes are considered sentient
It's a
beings.
mind possessor, right?
Yeah, sentient being has to have a mind, and in Buddhism, actually, I was just reading this that there are some Hindu schools that actually there was the debate between Buddhism, some Buddhists and Hindus, but some Hindu yogis were saying that they thought that trees were sentient beings because some trees, their leaves would close and flowers would close at night and open in the day, and so the Hindus said, well, then they're sleeping, so they must be sentient beings. But then anyway, so basically, in the end, the Buddhists don't agree with it. The Buddhist said no. The Buddhist stance is that anything in the animal realm is a sentient being, but anything in the plant realm is not. Is the Buddhist stance on that? But of course, you know, on a microscopic level, I don't know. There are debates. Is something a plant or is it an animal? I don't know where the cutoff line is. You have to ask a scientist. But definitely, the Buddhist stance, for example, is a tree is not a sentient being, you know, but a insect is, because of being in the animal realm versus a plant. But I don't know where the cutoff line is for microscopic
I
creatures.
think
That
that
would
that
be
they
easy.
have
Or
neurons.
protozoa.
Yes, I think so. That would be a better judge.
I think that you have to have neurons to be considered sentient beings, and microbes and viruses don't have that because they're unicellular. So.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because the way that it's been taught to me is kind of opposite, and
Interesting.
it's also, you know, not that I don't know too much about it, but it's been told to me that like the Dalai Lama is really, like, in the science community doing experiments like that, like,
Right.
well, how can you tell
Yeah.
if this being is sentient? And science will, you know, pull up an experiment.
Yeah.
Well, if this thing is gravitating towards light, it's gravitating towards, you know, what is ultimately going to benefit it and make it happy or whatever. So
Yeah, the issue is the happy. I guess the happy
Yeah.
implies a mind.
Yeah,
That's the key. Because
Yeah.
if something can have happiness and unhappiness, then it's sentient.
right.
So the question is, I guess that's the debate, is does something do what it does
To
because it has a
survive,
mind,
yeah.
or is it more of a chemical? Like, you know, so,
Yeah.
Right.
or is like, does a tree, you know, does a flower open and close for a chemical
Right.
So it has to be moving,
reason, or is it a,
like you only said, it has to be moving from one place to another.
Yeah.
But all creatures will try to survive. I mean, you know, that's the evolution
Right,
of life.
right.
But that doesn't mean they have that.
But
like
see
you
the
said.
the opposite of that is that it's consciously moving away from what is going to not what is going to hurt it, what is
Right.
not, you know.
But that's
So
evolution.
Yeah, makes sense.
it's just interesting.
Yeah,
it's
it is
an
I think it's an
you know,
interesting debate.
you know, people can define it within their
yeah, so the main
comfort.
thing is clear is it has to be sentient, so whatever that, you know, so you can contemplate for yourself, because there are debates within that. of
But
what's
you are
sentient.
going to continue brushing it too.
He's already gonna be sitting here.
I wear deodorant, I take a shower every day.
I'm teasing. So we should continue.
Please.
And do remember that also, because in line with what you said, that the issue is really also motivation, right? Like in other words, you know, because actually, if you think about karma is determined by motivation, actually. So, so that's an important point. So, you know, so there is a difference, right? If you're walking through the grass and you say, well, did I step on an insect? Not, you don't even know. That's, you know, that's not. What's we say? That's not karma of killing, right? In other words, if you're like walking to go around a stupa and you don't know if you're stepping, you know, you say, well, I hope I'm not, but you have to go through the grass. You know, there's no intention there, and you don't even know if you did it, so you can't say that's killing. You know, whereas, you know, that's different from whereas the intention is the main factor in karma. You know, so if somebody's going over and stomping on ants, that's clearly a karma of killing, right? Because they're doing it with an intention. But the intention is the main factor that determines the karma. So that's important. In terms of what to regret, you know, like, because in other words, if you're doing something with a positive motivation, then it would be a mistake to regret that, right? Like if you're doing an action with bodhicitta, like, you know, so for example, if you're driving to a teaching with bodhicitta and then you don't know if you ran over an ant on the way, you can't regret that. That'd be silly to regret, right? You know, whereas if there's some intention, or if your intention's mixed, for example, right? Like if you just don't really care about certain sentient beings and you're doing things, you know, or something, then that's different, right? Like, so the main thing is your intention to determine whether to regret something or rejoice. You know, because you're supposed to rejoice in positive deeds and regret negative. So you have to know what the difference is, but the main difference is the intention.
Can you just tell me real briefly what the 4 powers of purification are? Just like
Sure, briefly.
and
They're
more or less.
yeah. The first one is the power of the. They call it the power of the basis usually, and so that's taking refuge, which we've been working on a lot, and generating bodhicitta.
Did you say basis?
Basis,
B-A-S-I-S.
yeah. That's usually the way they translate. But yeah, so that's refuge and bodhicitta. There are different orders they present them in, but I'll do it in the order I practice it usually. So then the next one would be the power of intelligent regret. And it should be intelligent regret. And there's understanding why it's negative and understanding how it'll cause others or you suffering. That's an intelligent regret. Then the power of the antidote. And so that's what I was referring to, like whether it's the 35 Buddhas practice, or prostration, or reciting a sutra, or Vajrasattva mantra, or building a statue, you know, but whatever you do, some positive action. Could be just going and helping others, for example. It doesn't have to be a formal sadhana or something, right? It could be going out and doing something to help somebody. And then, or meditating on emptiness, or meditating on bodhicitta. Any of those can serve
So
as the
that's why
antidote.
rejoicing comes in, right?
What's that?
Rejoicing, when you rejoice, you can rejoice. Rejoicing in a bunch of activity.
Yeah, you should.
Comes that time.
Yeah, or it could be a separate practice, but if you're using it, you can use rejoicing at that time if you want to, or you can just or you can rejoice anytime. Though. It doesn't have to be in the context of the 4 powers. But yeah, rejoicing can be used there too, as any virtuous practice. And then the last one is the power of restraint, not repeating. So, you know, resolving not to repeat the action. And again, we'll talk more about this, but the brief point would be, you know, if you can resolve forever not to do it, that's great. But if it's something that sometimes they say, if it's not something you can honestly resolve to never do again, then don't add lying to whatever else you don't resolve. Don't pretend you're going to never do it again if you can't. But so then resolve for however long you can resolve. You know, like, so you make a resolve to yourself or to the Buddha, you know, in your mind, like you said, okay, I'm not going to do this, either forever, or I'm not going to do it for 5 minutes, or I'm not going to do it for an hour, you know, whatever is possible for you personally.
Thank you.
So maybe next we'll do the. Yeah, I said so. One other thing I want to be sure after. So maybe we'll do that one I said on the three kinds of suffering, just to finish the middle scope practice. The side, the fear side of the middle scope, and then later. One thing I want to do today, we'll do the great scope and so on. But I also want to. I thought about it. I want to also sometime today, maybe the next one after this. I want to also go over the. See this? There are certain contemplations on, in terms of the three jewels, in terms of the we did a little bit on the faith side, right? But there's some formal descriptions of, having faith in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, thinking of the Buddha's qualities of body, speech, and mind. So we'll go over some of those too. I just thought that'd be good to do today. Because it's nice to do, and that's a quality that you could also think about. What are the qualities of the Buddha? And that's that's another thing you can contemplate as you're practicing refuge is, well, what are the qualities of the Dharma? What are the qualities of the Buddha? What are the qualities of the Sangha? So that's another way to meditate while you're taking refuge. But why don't we, right now, we'll do one of the three kinds of suffering. And again, remember for this, that when you think of the faith side, I'm not going to go into detail on that because we've gone over it already, but you think of how when you think about these three kinds of suffering, then the faith side, right, is that the Buddha taught, we can, say the Buddha taught the emptiness, the three higher trainings in particular, concentration, right, or calm abiding meditation. You can start with ethics, the higher training in ethics, the higher training in concentration, and the higher training in wisdom. And if you apply those, then you destroy the root of suffering, right, which is ignorance, grasping at a truly existent I and mind, and then you overcome these three kinds of suffering. So I'm not going to review that during this guide. We went over that yesterday, so that's the faith side, right? Or you can think of any other qualities of the Buddha, but to me that's the one that's quite logical in terms of if you look at the suffering, because it's in the context of the Four Noble Truths, right? Again, we're just looking at, this is all in the context of the Four Noble Truths. So the three kinds of suffering are just another listing of what is the first noble truth, the truth of suffering. And you'll see as we go over it, it'll also include the cause of suffering. It's a particular way of looking at the cause of suffering when you look at this. So the first two noble truths will be embodied in this. So you have to understand, right, why do you have faith in the three jewels? It's because they teach and are the last two noble truths, right? The truth of cessation and the truth of the path. That's a cessation. I'm just reminding you that as you're meditating. But so what we'll do, so I'll just guide us through the part on the three kinds of suffering, and then I'll kind of give some silent time for meditation again. And maybe after this we'll take a little break. Okay, so again, kind of set your posture. Remember your motivation, bodhicitta, meditating for the benefit of all sentient beings. Then we have to reassert our visualization, the space in front of us, on a lion throne, lotus, sun and moon cushion. This golden Shakyamuni Buddha, right hand touching the earth for witness. Left hand holding a begging bowl filled with nectar. He's golden in color, but radiant and translucent like a rainbow. Wearing the three robes of a three saffron colored robes of a monk, fully ordained monk. He has all the marks and signs, the features of a Buddha's body, right? Like the top knot, kind of wide, broad eyes, radiant kind of dot between his eyebrows. The lines, like we all have lines on our palms. His line, like a palm reader. But his naturally formed this shape of Dharma wheels. So he's a fully enlightened Buddha here in front of us. Again, that his mind is the Buddha, his speech is the Dharma, his form, body, right, in the form of a monk represents the Sangha. So now if you want to start reciting one of those verses of refuge, you can, or you can wait until after, until it's silent, whatever you prefer. But first to generate the fear of suffering, we'll contemplate the three kinds of suffering, which is a very profound, actually, presentation. So first, we'll go through them in order. First is the suffering of suffering. So we think, for sure, I myself, and everybody I know, has been subject to the suffering of suffering. So first of all, of course, the three lower realms, the hell beings, hungry ghosts, and animals that we thought about yesterday, their experience is mainly the suffering of suffering. Right? The hell beings, it's only the suffering of suffering. So the suffering of suffering is just like, sometimes the Buddha described like pain, grief, lamentation, fear, terror, agony, loss. It's what everybody, even animals, recognize as suffering. This is like gross suffering. And so we recognize that, of course, I myself am subject to that. I experience all kinds of gross suffering. Hunger, thirst, fatigue, headache, stomach ache, neck pain, back pain, knee pain, if you're meditating sometimes. And it's also, so it includes all the physical kinds of suffering like that. And then also all the obvious gross forms of mental suffering, right? Grief, depression, anxiety, just sadness, worry. Like all the sorrows of losing things. So it's what everybody, again, it's like everybody recognizes these things as suffering. Right? Even a dog, if it, the dogs recognize themselves suffering, and if you're suffering, if like its owner is suffering badly in this way, then even a dog recognizes that as suffering. So it's the suffering of suffering. Totally obvious. So you think, definitely I'm subject to that. That's part of the nature of this samsaric existence. And so I turn for refuge to the three jewels. Because actually just the suffering of suffering is totally unbearable. The amount of it. Right? When you think of beings in the hospitals, beings in homeless shelters, beings in difficult, war and so on, right? And you think, actually just the suffering of suffering is totally unbearable. To live in a place where there's war going on, right? Suffering of suffering, just even in this human realm, it's totally unbearable to think about all the suffering of suffering that's happening. Right? Everybody who's going through chemotherapy, everybody who's going, through other difficult diseases. Everybody who's, people who are sick, people who are dying, people who are hungry, So if you think extensively just of the suffering of suffering, it's totally unbearable. Suffering of animals, totally unbearable. But then not only is there that, but there's also the suffering of change. Right? So the beings in the lower realms, they only mostly just get the suffering of suffering, mainly. But then, like what beings aspire to in samsara is what we'll now think of as the suffering of change. The suffering of change is what ordinary people who don't understand Dharma often think of as happiness. So the suffering of change is what we've ordinarily thought of as our own as happiness. So that's like an example of this one, right? Of how things change and are in the nature of suffering. So like, if you're sitting here meditating, then at first when you first sit down, you think, good, sit down, meditate, it's pleasurable. But then if you sit long enough, the session goes on too long, right, then your body, you start to feel, you start to notice that that you're suffering. So then you start to feel, after a while, if you keep sitting, right, then eventually you start to feel sitting is unbearable. I have to get up. Sometimes, like, if I do the session too long, you'll think, I wish he'd be quieter, so I can get up. It's so uncomfortable, right, sitting here. So then you may, like, get up and stand. But then if you stand still, so first you stand, you think, now I'm happy, I'm standing. But then if you stand there long enough, right, then you start to recognize, wow, standing is a kind of suffering. I've got to move around. I've got to go for a walk. So then if you start walking, you think, now I'm happy. Then if you walk long enough, you start to get tired, right? You feel, I feel tired now, I'd like to go sit down. And so whatever you do, actually, right, in other words, you get a kind of relief from a previous suffering and you label that happiness. But then if you continue doing that action, you come to recognize it as a form of suffering. And so actually this suffering of change actually embraces pretty much all the happiness of ordinary people. So like somebody has the suffering of not having enough money. If you watch, it happens every day. So that people are suffering from not having enough money, right? Then they get a job and they have the pleasure of having gotten a job. But then that same exact action of getting the job, then after a while, if you talk to them, right, they say, I can't stand my job. It's unbearable, my boss is not nice, it's very stressful, I have to work too hard, it's too much. So so that what you get then becomes, in and of itself, becomes suffering. And actually, according to, if you observe closely enough, it always was actually a form. In other words, it was never pure happiness. And so then if you're at the job and you don't like it, then you say, I need a vacation. So then like you go away somewhere to a beach, and then you when you lay down on the lounge chair by the ocean, and you think, now this is happiness. Now I have a job, so I can afford, even though I don't like the job, I have a job, so I can afford to go on vacation. And now I'm laying on the beach, now this is happiness. But then after a little while laying there, right, like the straps on the lounge chair start to be uncomfortable on your back, and then your sun starts to get a little bit of, skin starts to get a little bit sunburned. And then you feel, this is unbearable. I can't stand being in this lounge chair for one more minute. So you think, it'll be nice to go in the ocean. So you go in the ocean, and you think, this is pleasure, it's cooler. But then after a little while, you start to not like the waves or the water. You start to feel like your skin is getting too long in the water, and you have to get out. And so in this samsara, like whatever somebody labels in this human life, let's say, right, whatever we ordinarily label as pleasure, if you analyze it, it's all the suffering of change. It's just you have some relief from something else that you were doing previously, and so then when that relief arises, you say, now I'm happy. This is happiness. But then you continue the action that you think was happiness, and it comes to reveal itself as another form of suffering. So you never, ever, ever feel satisfied. There's never there's never any pure happiness. There's never any lasting contentment. It's all the suffering of change. And again, these are all the things we ordinarily might take refuge in. Somebody has a suffering of loneliness, so they take refuge in a relationship. They think, now I'm happy. And again, that same action, right, it's not that they it almost could seem like they met one person and later with somebody else. but actually it's the same person, right? It's just the nature of relationships, right? Same thing with the job, same thing with like wealth. Right? When somebody's poor, then wealth seems very, like it'll be a cause of happiness. Then if somebody has some certain amount of wealth, right, then they have to worry about losing it. It's stressful in and of itself, right? So the point is that's the suffering of change. That actually, and it's just the nature of our existence. Actually, there's nothing that you can find among these impermanent objects in this samsaric existence that leads to any lasting happiness. And so if we contemplate on that, first we recognize they're not valid refuges, right, objects, or relationships, and so on. And that actually they're in the nature of suffering. And that's just our experience. It's our existential condition. It's our experience. And then not only that, like at that point, actually it's enough, really, that you could say, I'm tired of this, I'm sorry. If all I get is the suffering of suffering, and then occasionally the suffering of change, that's enough that I want to achieve liberation. I want to practice the path to liberation. But then there's yet another kind of suffering that's very important to contemplate. That's usually called like the suffering, the all-pervasive suffering, or the suffering of the compounded aggregates. And so this suffering is just the suffering of being a being who has a body and mind, a body and or mind, say, that are conditioned by karma and afflictive emotion. So that's like a more subtle kind of suffering. That just being born into this kind of body and mind is in the nature of suffering. So like just being this kind of being is a form of suffering. We have no control over our birth. We have no control over the fact that we're going to die. We have no control over our own, we have very little control actually over anything in our existence. And when we die again, we're forced to take, our own karma and delusions and afflictive emotions force us to take another set of aggregates and another set of aggregates. Right? Aggregates mean body and mind. And that as long as we have this kind of body and mind, we are samsara. And all those other kinds of sufferings will come. The suffering of change will continually come. As long as we have this kind of, that's why it's called the suffering of the aggregates. The suffering of having a body and mind that are conditioned by karma and delusions. It's called all-pervasive because it pervades any being in samsaric existence. As long as you still have, or under the control of ignorance, grasping at a truly existent self, and have aggregates compounded by that, then your very body and your very mind are samsaric existence. So you're trapped. And so even like in the highest heavenly realm, it's a prison of samsaric aggregates. Even on the best circumstances for a human being, it's still a prison of samsaric aggregates. And so just for a little while, let's be silent and we can contemplate, right, those three kinds of suffering and take refuge in the three jewels in order to be liberated from those three kinds of suffering. Any questions about free time or about any of this middle scope level of taking refuge, right? Because they're different.
When you talked about the suffering of aggregates and mentioned the mind and the body, are you saying that the nature of the mind and the body in themselves is the structure that perpetuates suffering? I didn't quite, is that what you meant by that?
That's a good question. That's a subtle point. So the way that's described, right? The third, so the suffering of the all-pervasive suffering of the compounded aggregates. Sometimes it's the most complicated way to say it.
And that's the mind and the body.
So the aggregates technically, I mean, in general, it's the mind and the body. Although, like the Buddha talked about the 5 aggregates, right? So he talked about, but that's just one is the body, right? The form aggregate, and then he broke the mind. I mean, the mind. He broke it down into feelings, discriminations, compositional factors, which are a whole bunch of other ones. Motivational states, for example. There are other compositional factors, but he emphasized motivations in the mind, and then consciousness. And so one thing is what the Buddha, when the Buddha taught about, the 5 aggregates were all through the Buddha's teachings. Actually, he talked about those 5 aggregates, right? I mean, if you read the sutras, he's often mentioning the 5 aggregates, and also in the commentaries on them by different Indian masters, the 5 aggregates are also mentioned. So often mentioned. So the idea is that. So first of all, like the 5 aggregates are actually what in Buddhism we say, well, when the Buddha talked about a person, actually, right? Like let's say a person like anybody here, right? He would talk in terms of 5 aggregates, right? Because he would say, well, what is a person? A person is not. A person is made up of, because on a conventional level, a body and a mind. And so what the Buddha was emphasizing there, I'm trying to say it right, like, is that when somebody takes rebirth, right, they appropriate, sometimes we call it, take on these 5, the consciousness, right, the subtle consciousness sort of, and sometimes it's not actually, beings in the formless realm only have 4 aggregates, so they don't have bodies, so that's why, so either 4 or 5 aggregates. And so the idea is, right, that when somebody dies, right, like a person, let's say a person dies, right, and then they're, like I said yesterday, in the 12 links of dependent origination, it describes how somebody dies and they're sort of grasping at existence, right? They're feeling that they don't want to be nothing, because they're afraid of being nothing, because if you feel like you're an I, then the most scary thing in the world is to be annihilated. So you're grasping at existence, and so then, that grasping, there's a craving and a grasping at it, but what that does is it activates a karma. And so then as you die, your craving and grasping kind of trigger or activate your karma, right? And then and then you enter into the bardo, or the between state, with this kind of activated karma, and you start to get propelled by your karmic wind, they sometimes call it, but it's by the energy of karma, right? That eventually leads you to your next rebirth in a certain realm. And so then through the force of that, like the ignorance grasping at a truly existent self, activates craving and grasping, which then activates karma, and then you, without any choice, you end up in another set of samsaric aggregates. Right? So another body and mind.
Is that the compound part that you're rebirthing?
Yeah, it compounds over and over and over. Yeah, exactly. And so the idea there, so the idea of the compounded aggregates or compounding the aggregate, is that this particular very body and mind that we're in, right? Were conditioned in the past, by the force of ignorance, grasping at a truly existent self, craving and grasping afflictive emotions, and then karma, right? And that's how we came to be in this kind of existence. And so the idea is that the idea is that on a very basic level, even in addition, there's gross suffering, right? Like we were talking about, gross suffering of like pain and loss and so on. Then there's that subtler suffering of change. But this is getting at an even subtler level, which is just existing in this way, which was compounded or existed or sort of created by the force of ignorance, grasping, craving, and karma, is a form of suffering, actually. that's really what it's saying. And so, you know, you could look at your own present existence and say, this is a form, and the Buddha said that, right? He said these aggregates are suffering, right? So in that sense, just having these kinds of body and mind is a form of suffering. And then you could also extrapolate to the future, right? Like, in other words, that if I don't realize selflessness in this life, right? If I don't gain the full realization of that and become liberated, then at the time of death again, that will happen, right? Again, my grasping, my ignorance grasping in a truly existent I will lead to, you know, fear and grasping and craving, which will again activate karma, and again I'll take another set of aggregates like that.
So it's like we're structurally built to have the suffering, and then we repeat it, and then without taking, you know, the refuge and finding the Dharma, we're just gonna, that's in and of itself a form of
is a form of suffering,
right.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all the other sufferings of samsara arise out of that, in some sense, yeah, or do actually arise out of that. Yeah, so that's
wow, that's a lot to swallow.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it makes total sense. I totally agree with it. And it's just like,
so as you can see the
wow.
level, and you can see the levels of subtlety there, right? Like the gross suffering is easy. The suffering of change takes a little effort to think about. This one's much more like, but it's scary actually if you think, right?
It's very
like
scary. But
it's
it's
like
very,
a prison.
but it's liberating in the sense of that it's true.
Yeah, right.
You know, like that's what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and actually that one, I think, I think this is why I think the three kinds of suffering are the most is in some ways one of the most profound presentations. Is if you start to understand the third kind, right? Then it really gives a stronger feeling of wanting to take refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, because it's only actually this is true. That third, the third kind of suffering was only ever pointed out by the Buddha. The other kinds, actually, other people have pointed those out. Right? But that third kind of suffering is unique to Buddhism. In other words, only the Buddha pointed that one out, and only the Buddha ever presented a solution to that kind of suffering. Right? So there is no other. In other words, so like it really starts to make you feel, in terms of refuge practice, a stronger feeling of devotion or reliance, or you know, where you sort of, I mean, it's kind of like I think it starts to be like sort of says, you know, like, well, I'll give this analogy. Like if somebody's on death row and their execution's coming up really soon, then they develop a really strong feeling of wanting help from the governor of that state, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's some feeling of like, oh, please, I need, you know, because like they feel only the governor can free me. Usually they don't, of course, but occasionally they do, I guess. But it starts to feel like that a bit, right? Like, oh, I'm trapped. Like I'm really in this prison of a certain way of existing, and the only person who can free me from that is somebody who knows how to get free from that, and nobody knows how to get free from that except the three jewels. Really, you start to see it. Whereas if you contemplate deeply on that one, because the other ones you could say, well, okay, the suffering of suffering, you know, there are many different ways of addressing that, right?
Right.
You know, even like a headache, well, aspirin helps. You know, at least sometimes, or Advil, whatever. You know, but this third kind of suffering, there's no solution to it. There is the only, you know, if you could search throughout the entire universe, right? You could search in every philosophy, and only, you know, only the Buddha describes that kind of suffering, and only the Buddha presents a path to be free. So I think actually that kind of suffering is very profound in terms of both developing real renunciation and also in developing real refuge. Because you really see it, right? Or it's like somebody locked you in a room and there's only one person who has the exact key to unlock that door. You have to have that key or it won't unlock that door, right? Other keys can unlock other doors, but it's like that particular suffering is so specific. You know, and the only solution to that is understanding selflessness or emptiness, or, you know. And so it's quite, do you see what I mean there? Like, so it really does relate very powerfully to refuge. And actually, I'll say one other thing too, and I'm mainly relating to refuge, right? But actually, real renunciation also, you know, like renunciation of samsara, actually is really, if you think about it, it's really, it has to include understanding that level of suffering and renouncing that. Otherwise, you haven't yet renounced samsara, actually. You know, you can renounce something grosser, you know, like a kind of gross understanding of samsara, But it's only when you think about that third level of suffering that you really develop a renunciation of samsara, because the others are a little too gross still, so they're not like a deep, genuine renunciation. Because you have to understand, then you're understanding what samsara really is, so you can actually renounce it. That's another way of saying it, right? If you don't understand that third one, you have a general understanding of samsara, like, well, I'm suffering, but you don't really understand in a deep way what samsara is. So that third kind is really important both for renunciation and for refuge.
Thank you.
So I was just thinking that before lunch we could meditate a little bit on the like I said, on the qualities of the 3 jewels, and at least on the qualities of the Buddha, and then we'll see how far we get. But maybe I'll make one comment first. Like, I'll make 2 comments. I was laughing because I realized that to myself, I realized that 2 things. One I realized was that of course the qualities of the 3 jewels are infinite, right? So it's hard to contemplate them. It's like that's one thing, right? They're infinite. But then the other is I laughed. This is the part that wasn't what I laughed at. I just thought, oh wow, they really are infinite. The part I laughed at was I realized for myself that it's easy for me to contemplate and sort of talk about the sufferings because that's my direct experience. It's much harder to talk about the qualities of the 3 jewels because they're so hard to conceive. Well, actually, so I'm trying to decide, should we do that? Should we do it, like, what I was thinking to do is actually, I wanted to read some quotes from Nagarjuna and a couple of other, and Maitreya, to describe, because I think they're much better at describing the 3 jewels than I would. But would people rather do it in a meditative mode, or should I just go ahead and share them and we discuss it? What if we, actually, we can do it either way. If you have a preference.
Share.
More discussion. Okay, so we do that. So let's start with this. Like, there are different. I mean, like, actually, I'll say this. Like, we were talking yesterday a little bit about the 5 treatises of Maitreya, right? And so, and the monks that in some traditions, the monks study various ones, but in the Gelugpa tradition, they spend years and years and years mainly studying the Abhisamaya Alamkara, which means the ornament for clear realizations, which contains the, what they say is the ornament of clear realizations contains the hidden meaning of the Perfection of Wisdom Sutras. So they say that Nagarjuna explained the explicit meaning of the Perfection of Wisdom Sutras, which is emptiness. But that then Maitreya wrote the Abhisamaya Alamkara to explain the hidden meaning of it, which is, the hidden meaning is basically the stages and the paths that bodhisattvas go through. So the main topic was emptiness, but implicit in that were also how bodhisattvas and other beings progress to enlightenment and what the qualities are of enlightenment. And one of the things I thought was, when Khenchen Rinpoche taught on the Abhisamaya Alamkara, one thing he said that I thought was quite interesting was he said non-Buddhas can't really understand, of course, what a Buddha is. So he said, so one thing that the Abhisamaya Alamkara does is by describing the amazing qualities that bodhisattvas achieve on the different levels and paths, and that it gives it's the best way to get an analogy for the quality of a Buddha is if you understand, like, somebody who's approaching Buddhahood, then that's a way of, like, starting to imagine what a Buddha would be. Like, you sort of go, wow, a bodhisattva can do this at this level, and then a Buddha obviously has more ability than that. So it's one way of sort of starting to imagine the qualities of a Buddha. And I'll say this too, like, I think, this is just my own comment now, but I think that also, I've thought about this a lot, actually, that if you look in our culture, right, if you look at our literature, our movies, our art, for the most part, actually, especially literature, I know more about that myself, but one, of course, movies and things like that, right, is actually we're very good at depicting sorrow, rage, anger, desire. We're really good at depicting all those things. But actually, there's very little that depicts the sublime, right? Like maybe music does, I don't know, but literature is not there actually. Like, you could, and there are very few characters of great wisdom. But actually, Buddhist literature, like Maitreya, right? Buddhist literature has text like this, describing the levels. The sutras and so on. They go on for like thousands and thousands of pages describing the most amazing virtues, right? The thing is, I guess, like, I'll just say this is just my own comment, but Aristotle, right, was like early in our literary history said that we need conflict, right? The conflict is the very nature of drama. Right? And I think our whole tradition followed his lead, right? And so, like, actually, because even if you read like a book on how to write a screenplay or how to write a book, they say, well, you have to have a conflict. And so it follows Aristotle, actually, still, And a lot of people never read Aristotle, but they still, if you go buy a book on screenplay writing, my friend, I don't write screenplays, but a friend who does, he said, well, the main thing is you have to have a conflict, otherwise forget it.
Drama.
Right? Otherwise there's no drama. And Buddhist literature is not about drama, actually, right? Like Buddhist literature, if you read it, sutras and the shastras. Shastras are sutras are written by the Buddha, and shastras are written by Indian pandits, and then there are the Tibetan commentaries. Like, there's no interest in drama, first of all, and conflict's not particularly interesting to them. What's interesting are like these various states of sublimity. I don't know what to start with. Sublimeness. I don't know. Various states of exaltation, and so I just think like I remember when I first started reading some of the sutras, I was like, wow, this is a whole different. It's just like a whole different thing, There's no analogy in our culture or tradition or whatever. And so Maitreya is really an example of that, because he wrote so detailed about all those things. So anyway, okay, I just wanted to say that. That's just sort of my own introduction. So there are different ways of listing, but basically, usually when we talk about the Buddha, usually they talk about the Buddha's either the body, speech, mind. Sometimes they talk about body, speech, and mind. Sometimes they list 5 body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities. And then sometimes also they talk about the Buddha in terms of the 3 kayas or the 4 kayas, right? So Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. But maybe before I even read this, though, I'll say a couple thoughts. So the idea of a Buddha, though, right, is totally inconceivable, actually, right? So maybe I'll say first the 3 kayas, right? So the idea is that the Buddha, mainly is the Dharmakaya, right, which is a mind, right, that simultaneous. This is again unimaginable, right? We've never seen emptiness directly, right? Most of us, unless some of you are Arya Bodhisattvas, I don't know, it's possible, but. And so they say, though, that even like the highest bodhisattvas, if they're in meditative equipoise on emptiness, all they perceive is a negation. In other words, they have a kind of empty appearance. In other words, what appears in the mind is the negation of true existence, right? So in other words, there's actually no appearance to their mind. They say sometimes they give an analogy. It's a space-like state of mind, and then they come out of that and they perceive relative objects, but they can't perceive emptiness directly while they're perceiving relative objects. Only a Buddha can do that. So the idea is that a Buddha, right, in the Mahayana tradition, they say that a Buddha's mind can at the same time directly perceive emptiness, while at the same moment directly perceiving all conventionally existent phenomena that exist. So that there's no way, right? How do you make an analogy even for that? Right? There's not really any analogy for that. It's just interesting, right? I mean, just to contemplate that and to try to imagine that is part of our task of refuge, right? So you say, I'm taking refuge in the Buddha. What is that state of mind like? Of course, we can't really know yet, but that's part of the task of refuge, is to imagine it, right? Because actually, if you can't imagine something, you can't become it, right? So it's part of our process is to imagine it. And then what they say is that the Buddha effortlessly manifests the Dharmakaya, right? Effortlessly manifests a Sambhogakaya, which is like a form, like a deity abiding in a pure land that they say has, we could go through it, but it has 5 definite qualities. So it its form is like a, it doesn't have the form of a monk, it has the form of a deity like this. So it wears like a crown and ornaments and so on, and silken clothes. It's not in the form of a monk.
So what's Sambhogakaya again?
Sambhogakaya, usually they translate complete enjoyment body. So it's a body of a Buddha. Like they say, so when the Buddha manifests the Dharmakaya,
that's his mind.
That's his mind. Then he manifests also this Sambhogakaya form in some pure land. So the Buddha creates that the Buddha's karma, right, the merit created over 3 countless great eons, creates a pure land in which the Buddha manifests the body like this, made of light and not made of gross form. And they say that only bodhisattvas who have seen emptiness directly can perceive that kind of Buddha form. So that's particularly to benefit those bodhisattvas. Ordinary beings can't perceive that form, and even arhats can't perceive that kind of form. So that form abides in a certain kind of pure land that only Mahayana Arya bodhisattvas can visit to go take teachings. But then, of course, because of the Buddha's compassion, they say then he or she manifests, or it, manifests countless other nirmanakaya, which are form body. Nirmanakaya means a form body, right? So they manifest then countless form bodies throughout samsara to benefit sentient beings in accordance with the needs and inclinations of sentient beings. That's how they put it. Right? And so that would be like the Shakyamuni Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, Lama Tsongkhapa. They would be considered form bodies of Buddha.
What's the other kind of light body? Is that what you said?
Usually they translate it complete enjoyment
Complete.
body. Yeah, complete. So there's the Dharmakaya is like the truth body. That would be a literal English translation. The Dharma, right? You could translate that as truth. So truth body, complete enjoyment body, and then emanation body. That's a standard. That's one way of translating. It's very good, a reasonable way of translating. And Maitreya says, I'm pretty sure it's Maitreya, says that that all those bodies and forms that the Buddha manifests, he says, are manifested without any effort or conceptual thought. So the Buddha doesn't have to think, oh, I need to manifest this form because, if I manifest as a monk on the earth, it'll benefit Matt. And if I manifest as a, a nun on this other planet, it'll benefit this other. Like they say, the Buddha doesn't have to conceptually elaborate, but that he does it as by his very nature, the way they give, Maitreya I think gives the analogy, I think it's Maitreya, gives the analogy of the sun. Right, that the sun doesn't have to think, I'm going to ripen this plant, and I'm going to sign on this person's face, and I'm going to warm this house, and I'm going to, also strike Mars and Venus, and whereas the sun doesn't think any of those things. That's its nature, is that it radiates light everywhere in this particular solar system. And so Maitreya says that a Buddha's Dharmakaya and Nirmana and truth body and enjoyment body don't have to think conceptually, but just naturally manifest bodies wherever beings can be benefited. So again, like it's unimaginable, right? That's not really imaginable quite, but it's sort of imaginable because we're talking about it. And then they say actually that among emanation bodies, right, of a Buddha, that there are various kinds of emanation bodies. So the emanation bodies are bodies that ordinary people can see, right? Ordinary beings can see, right? And so they say that a Buddha, based on their past compassion, commitments, and vows, will manifest in all different kinds of forms. But so the one is called the supreme emanation body. And so a supreme emanation body is a body like Shakyamuni Buddha. Right? So a supreme emanation body, they say, has these marks and signs, right? Like the Buddha above Jodi's head there. The traditional Buddhas, like a traditional Buddhist statue, right? So it has a top knot, right, and those wheels for hands, and wheels on the palms of their hands and on the bottoms of their feet. And there's a whole list of different marks and signs that you can read if you want to. And they say that the supreme emanation body is a founder of a Buddhist tradition on a particular planet, right? So like that, they come and they sort of found a Buddhist tradition. But then there are countless other kinds of it. So they say that then that's like the most important emanation, right? Because they sort of start a Dharma tradition. But then they say that Buddhas can manifest, as monks to benefit others, as arhats, so as bodhisattvas, then they sometimes say they also manifest as artisans and artists, like so musicians and artists that Buddhas intentionally manifest in that form to inspire people, poets and so on, and also as sometimes as builders, right, to sort of build bridges or that kind of thing. And so they say that Buddha's and then the Buddha can manifest in any form that will benefit others. So they say, sometimes it says that the Buddha will manifest as, an extremely desirous being to benefit those with great desire, as a dog to benefit those who are dogs, or something like that. So they say that the Buddha will manifest countless ways. Again, so these things are not quite conceivable, but that's what, but we can sort of imagine. And they say that actually, like, in some way that the Buddha manifests in whatever way the beings can perceive, right? So there's also that story, there's a famous story of a Sangha, right? People have probably heard that story, or a Sangha he went in a retreat to see Maitreya, right? And then he stayed, I can't remember which order this is, but he stayed for 3 years in restricted retreat, trying to see Maitreya, and then he didn't see Maitreya, so he left retreat, and he saw, again, I may get the order wrong, but he saw somebody with a big hunk of metal, rubbing it with cloth. He said, "What are you doing?" And they said, "I'm making needles." And he thought, it's going to take you forever to make a needle, but then he realized that was a sign that he should go back and retreat, and if he keeps rubbing away himself, he can you know, and then he would leave retreat again, and again, I may get the order wrong, but then he saw, one of them was that he saw like a, what's the word, in the rock by the cave there, he saw like a groove, and then he watched it and he realized that the birds were flying in and that they would just brush that one piece of rock with their wings. So he realized that by so many birds for so long brushing that bit of rock, they had actually created a deep groove in the rock. He thought if feathers can create a groove in rock, then I can break through mine. Yeah, and then there was one more. He said 3 more years, and he saw another. I can't remember which one it was, but anyway. So he had 3 different visions. Then finally, after 12 years, he still hadn't seen Maitreya, right? And he thought, okay, that does it. I quit. So, and so he left retreat, and he was walking down to town, and he saw a dying dog with maggots in its infected wound, right? And because of his 12 years of meditating on love, right, which is Maitreya's nature, he felt so much love for that dog and those maggots that he stopped and was like weeping, you know, and thinking, I've got to help this dog. And then he thought, I've got to take the maggots out and then treat the dog, right? But then he thought, I can't kill the maggots, right, because he had taken vows. And so he thought, I can't kill the maggots. And so he was so overwhelmed with compassion that he cut off a piece of his own skin to put the maggots, to feed to the maggots. Right? And he put his skin there, and then he reached down, and then he thought, if I pull them off with my finger, it'll kill them. So he reached down to try to push the maggots with his tongue. And they say he kept going in front, and then he hit the earth with his face. Right? And then the dog wasn't there, and he looked up in space, and it was Maitreya floating in space. And he said, and I thought it was very human, he says, Maitreya, where were you? For 12 years I've been like looking for you. And Maitreya says, I was there the whole time, but you didn't have pure enough karma to see me. You know, he said, after 12 years you could see me as a dog, and then through your love for that dog, you purified so much karma that now you can see me as Maitreya. And then he said, I don't believe you were there. And then Maitreya said, well, look, and he showed him on his robe, right? Maitreya wears monk's robes. You know? And he showed him his robe. He said, remember yesterday you spit a big... He says, look, here's the stain. So that proves I was there. But actually, part of that, I'll say, like, I think, you know, a Sangha, right? He was so overcome with love that he even overcame his own conditioning, right, to protecting his body. I mean, that's quite profound love, right? So it took that to purify his obscurations. But the point there, I guess, the point I'm getting at is that they say that, you know, so beings, like you see the Buddha, you know, Buddhas can only manifest in accordance with the karma of the beings they have to benefit. So if a Buddha manifests too high, you can't perceive them. But if they manifest too low, then it's hard to help them. So Lama Zopa sometimes, when he tells that story, he says, so we should feel incredibly fortunate that we see the Buddha in the form of like the Dalai Lama. You know, it's unbelievable actually, right? That we can actually see the Buddha manifesting in a form like the Dalai Lama rather than some lower form that couldn't really benefit us that much. And so anyway, these are the qualities. It's just like talking a little bit about the qualities of the Buddha. Also, there's some that I think when you read them, it's hard to even relate to, but I'll share one that's in the text here. It says that when a Buddha speaks, right, that people who speak all different languages can understand the Buddha's speech, and he answers all their questions simultaneously. So at first, when I first read that one, I thought, doesn't seem possible. You know, if he's speaking one language, how could somebody, you know, but then if you just go to the teachings by the Dalai Lama, then it becomes quite convincing that a Buddha can do that, right? Because you look at the Dalai Lama, he's speaking in Tibetan, right? But first of all, it's happening, right? And there's people who speak Chinese, Italian, French, English, Tibetan, you know, all these different languages, right? They're all hearing him and understanding him because they're translators in that case, right? And then also it's true, right? Like you watch the Dalai Lama, you listen to the Dalai Lama teach, sometimes like in the Kala Chakra, but it's always like this, right? You go there and you look and you realize like you come out and you talk to people, right? And somebody's a monk who's been a monk for 40 years, and you say, wow, it's amazing teaching. Then you come out, like I had a friend who had never seen, you know, who's pretty new to Buddhism, didn't know much. She said, wow, that was great, that was so touching, you know, changed my life. And you go, how could the same teaching, right? And like, you know, you talk to somebody who grew up Tibetan, somebody who grew up Chinese, somebody who grew up American, and then people who have all different levels of experience of Buddhism, and everybody comes out saying they touch their heart, or like, you know, they feel something wildly different, you know, and you say, how's that possible? Like, that the Dalai Lama has this ability, and so that's one of the qualities of a Buddha, right, is that they can somehow do that. People say it about, like, you hear, like sometimes when Lama Zopa Rinpoche teaches, people talk like that, right, like that, they'll say, well, I went in with this very specific question, and somehow Rinpoche directly answered it, and then you talk to somebody else, and you realize that, like, you know, maybe 10
10 different people in the talk are saying the same thing, right? How did he possibly bring that up? And he said exactly what I've been struggling with, and he answered it so perfectly. You know, and nobody asked him the question, right? And like, and each person feels that, you know, separately, right? And so you go, wow, like, but those are the qualities of, they say those are the qualities of Buddhist speech. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, for me personally, when I first read that, I thought, oh, it doesn't make sense to me. But then if you go to teachings by great lamas, you see, oh, it's like, it makes sense somehow that happens. And then by analogy, if you think of the Buddha, then it's even more extreme, maybe, or something. You know, not that the Buddha has more realizations than the Dalai Lama, because I think the Dalai Lama is an emanation of the Buddha, but that somehow that supreme emanation body is capable of even more miraculous activity, or something, is what they say. So that's that. So then I thought to read this quote. I just thought this was interesting in terms of the form body of a Buddha, right? So they say that a Buddha, to become a Buddha, you have to complete the collections of merit and wisdom. So the collections of wisdom, which means just you know, the Buddha understands, mainly understands emptiness, but also understands other things, right? That's the cause. The accumulation, especially of wisdom, is the cause of the truth body of a Buddha, right? But then the Buddha, for 3 countless great eons, does positive actions in order to create a form, motivated by bodhicitta for 3 countless great eons, in order to create the form body. Right? So they have to create like an entire planet, basically. A body, but also like a realm, a Buddha realm, or something, a realm of beings to be tamed, right? So they have to arrange all these, like, what does Bob Dylan call it? Basically arrange dependent arisings, right? They have to kind of like relate to beings and lead them up to the point where they can then benefit them with the Dharma. Like, so the Shakyamuni Buddha, when you hear, there are a lot of stories, like when you read the sutras, right? Where they say Shakyamuni Buddha taught such and such, and like 500 beings realized emptiness in one talk, right? Well, the reason they realized emptiness in one talk was that the Buddha had been leading them to that, like while he was progressing to his own attainment of Buddhahood, he was simultaneously like guiding all these beings so they would all be there at the time, so that he could do that. Right? So they have to arrange these interdependent conditions in order to benefit beings, because that's their task, right? And so I just thought to share this, like, this is an example from Nagarjuna, just about the form body of a Buddha. Again, it's just inconceivable, but Nagarjuna says, the merit, right, the good karma, that produces all the solitary realizers, right, those are like Pratyeka Buddhas, right? Learners, that's this translator's version of arhats, you know, like, and non-learners, right, so that's like ordinary beings who are trying to practice, like us, you know. So the merit of all those combined, and that non-learners, actually, I'm sorry, I made it wrong, I said wrong. Non-learners are beings who are on the path. And then ordinary beings, he said, worldly beings also. So beings that are on the path but haven't yet become the result. And then also ordinary beings who are doing virtue, that's us actually, is measureless like the universe itself, right? So if you add all those merits together, it's measureless like the universe itself. And he says, through all those merits multiplied by 10, 1 hair pore is achieved. So how do you know, again, it's like these inconceivable things, right? Then all the hair pores of a Buddha arise in that same way. So that each hair pore of a Buddha, that's the cause. Right? Then he says, take the merit which produces all those hair pores of a Buddha. Multiply those by 100, it is said, that produces 1 noble mark, like 1 feature of a Buddha. Right? Then he's talking to a king in this, so he says, O king, as much merit as is required for 1 noble minor mark, so much is also required to perfect each up to the 80th, because there are 80 minor marks, right? So he's saying, so multiply that by 80, and you get the 80 minor marks of the Buddha. When the collection of the merit which produces those 80 noble minor marks is multiplied by 100, 1 major sign, that's like the, you know, actually that's not yet the top knot, that's like the eyes of the Buddha or something. 1 major sign of a great being arises. He says, take the cause for producing, there are 30, usually 32, I think. The cause for producing the 30 of the major signs, right? The first 30 of those, through multiplying this extensive merit by 1,000, the full moon-like hair treasure arises. That's like the little thing right here that radiates light. Then they say the merit for that hair treasure, when multiplied by 100,000, produces the imperceptible crown protrusion, the top knot, the ushnisha of a Buddha. The merit required to produce the crown protrusion multiplied by 10 million times 100,000 produces the Buddha's speech with its 60 melodious qualities. And again, like, you see what I'm getting at there? Like, when you start to think about, like, this is Buddhist literature, right? And that's just very brief, right? But then, like, actually, I remember this reading, I don't know, one time I started reading the Flower Ornament Sutra, the Avatamsaka Sutra, and, like, I couldn't relate at first. Like, there's this description where it says, like, it would say, like, this many bodhisattvas gave up their eyes this many 100,000 times, and then they gave up their ears this many, I can't remember the exact things they were giving up, but, and they gave up their limbs this many 100,000 times. And it was just like, and they were incredibly blissed out because they knew they were creating the causes for the merit of a Buddha. And so they developed more enthusiasm, and they finished the first bhumi, and they went on to the second bhumi, and like, it's this, like, this description of the life of a bodhisattva is this, like, and there's no conflict. It's not like, well, it was hard to give up their this or that, or, it was difficult. It was just like, they were overjoyed because then they were closer to Buddhahood, and then they did this, and they did that, and, they did all these different practices, and they, it's interesting, it's never a problem. It's like, because also, like, bodhisattvas don't do more than they're capable of, also, or they don't have the unrealistic view that they're supposed to, like, jump ahead, right? So when they get to that level of practice, they're so happy to do that, and then they get to the next level of practice, and they're happy to do that, and they don't do the practices out of order, so they don't develop big problems. Does that make sense? And so they can do all these difficult practices, but they're not so difficult for them because they do them in the right order and in the right time, with the correct understanding of emptiness and so on. And before, and when they don't have that strong understanding of emptiness, then they do the practice appropriate to that level. Right?
Are these bodhisattvas within our realm or within another realm or both?
That particular scripture was describing, I think, a different planet, yeah. But, the stories of Shakyamuni Buddha, I mean, he tells stories, like, there are many stories in the sutras where he describes, there's like the famous story in the, it's in the Sutra of Golden Light, where it tells the story where the Buddha went to, I think it's somewhere in Nepal, and he said and he says to his group of students, he says, he sits down and he says, this is a very special holy place, and they say, why? And he says, because here there was a bodhisattva who performed a task difficult for ordinary beings to perform, and then he says, do you want to hear the story, basically? And they say yes, and he tells the story of how in a previous life he himself in that place had been a prince and had given his life for that famous story where he gave up he gave his life to the tigress and her 5 cubs that were starving. There was a tigress and 5 cubs, and she couldn't hunt, and so she was sick, or she was hungry, but so weak that she was about to die, and he gave his body to them. And again, he tells the story the same way. He's like, basically he says, I felt so fortunate. He's describing how he was a prince, and Maitreya was one of his brothers, and there was another brother, and he was more, he was further along the path. So Maitreya had looked and said, oh, I feel really compassionate for that tigress and her cubs. How sad, right? And then he walked away, because he wasn't yet at the level that Shakyamuni, the person who became Shakyamuni was. But Shakyamuni was at this level where he thought, wow, like, he didn't use these words, but basically he just says, like, wow, this is awesome. Like, finally I get this chance. I've been trying to practice, I've been practicing Dharma, and finally I get the chance to give my body. This is great. I've been looking for just this kind of opportunity, and here's somebody in need, and let me go ahead and do that. And like, so he leaves everybody else. He tells his brothers, I have to go back and do something. I'll catch up with you. I'll see you later, kind of thing, right? Because he does see them later in the future life. And he goes and he offers his body to the tigress and the 5 cubs. And he says, right, actually the 5 cubs were his 5 human, when he became a Buddha, again, he's arranging this, right? Karmic dependent origination, that the 5 cubs were the first 5 monks, the first 5 disciples of the Buddha. And that, because that was his dedication. When he gave his body to them, he said, may I lead them to Buddhahood, enlightenment in the future and liberate them from samsara. And she was, the tigress became, I can't remember if it was his aunt or somebody, somebody future at the time of the Buddha. So the same stories apply, to Shakyamuni on this planet, but those stories are kind of different.
So it's kind of like all the realms, including changing.
Yeah, that they're all doing this. And so again, these are just ways to like contemplate, and this is part of what I'm getting at. And that was his quality. And he says actually in there, the Buddha says things like this. He says, and my compassion at that time for sentient beings was like that I was happy to give my body, and I wasn't yet a Buddha then. So imagine how it is now. He kind of says things like that sometimes. He says, when I was a bodhisattva at this level, I was happy to give the Dharma. When I was a bodhisattva at this level, I was happy to give this. And then he kind of says, and my compassion now is much more than it was then, so you can just imagine by analogy, basically. Right? He doesn't use that word, but that's basically the implication. And again, because it's like inconceivable. to imagine the Buddha's quality. So you think of somebody who would give their body up, and then you say, well, the Buddha has more compassion than that for us, for you, for me, for whoever. Again, these are just ways of like thinking of the Buddha's qualities. And they say, like, they give a lot of there are many traditional things like this where they say, so if one person were to give the Buddha a flower and somebody else were to like, come at him with a knife, he would have even equal compassion for both. There would be no differentiation at all. And actually, I want to share this is my own personal reflection on that as you start thinking about it, is part of the difference between a Buddha and an Arhat, right, an individual liberation, and the main difference is the Buddha on the path generates bodhicitta, right, whereas an Arhat generates great compassion but doesn't generate.
What is an Arhat?
An Arhat is somebody who's achieved their own liberation from samsara, but didn't generate bodhicitta. So they realize emptiness, and they apply that to their own self-grasping, and they overcome it, and they stop all their own afflictions, so they achieve nirvana by themselves. But they don't generate bodhicitta, so they don't become a Buddha to benefit all sentient beings. That's the difference.
Okay, thank you.
And so a Buddha, right, has to, on those three countless great eons, right, that part of what the Buddha's doing, right, in completing the six perfections, is the Buddha's overcoming every, not just, because they all overcome their afflictive emotions, but he's overcoming every imprint of self-grasping, right, and self-cherishing. So even like the taint of a smell of cherishing one's own body more than somebody else's body, he's gradually overcoming that, right? So it's like, again, these are inconceivable qualities in a way, right? Like, not just that he cherishes others' bodies as much as his own, but he doesn't even have like a hint of a remembrance of an imprint to cherish his own body more than he cherishes somebody else's body. Yeah, like it's right. Because you think about like the biological conditioning or something of normal beings, the Buddha doesn't have that kind of conditioning. Because over and over again, that's part of the process. That's why he practices. Because on the first bhumi, right, there are 10 bhumis that a bodhisattva goes through to become a Buddha. So on the first bhumi, they complete the perfection of generosity.
Is that a stage?
Stage, yeah, ground, they call it. Bhumi means ground or stage. So they go through 10 stages after they've seen emptiness directly. Before that, they go through many, like level, like, what's the word? Stages of practice and so on. But after Bodhisattva sees emptiness directly, they go through 10 grounds, they call them, up to Buddhahood. And it said, on each of those, they complete one of the perfections. Right? So on the first ground, which is just the most beginner, right, of the Arya Bodhisattva. Arya means who's seen emptiness directly, right? So of those who've seen emptiness directly, the very first one, they complete the perfection of generosity, which means they have to overcome all hint of a tendency to feel that something's mine and they don't want to give it away, right? So they start with objects, and eventually they get to their own body, and they're training, right? So then when they reach a point where they no longer have any grasping at their own things, but even their own body, right, where they're happy to give away anything because they no longer have any grasping, they're free from that, then they progress. Then they meditate on emptiness, again, emptiness, seeing emptiness directly, and they progress, and they come out of emptiness directly and on the second bhumi. Right? So, and that they're far from a Buddha yet. See?
Wow.
That's amazing, right? They've overcome all that tendency, and they meditate on emptiness, and they come out of there, and then they're in the second bhumi, and then they're completing the training in ethics, right? Where they get rid of any hint of a, remember I said the definition of the profession of ethics is overcoming any, it's not just ethical behavior, but it's overcoming any habit of mind or wish or any like slight tendency to want to do something unethical, right? And so then bodhisattvas do all these things, right? They go to all these places where ordinarily beings would do unethical things, and they just overcome their habit of that over and over and over.
In
and
this
so
realm or the other or both?
All different planets. They go to anywhere, like any place, including our realm. Yeah.
Get the.
So they would come like a bodhisattva on that bhumi might go somewhere where beings are, where everybody, like they would go where everybody's doing, they would go in the middle of a war. They would be like somebody like a non-violent, they'd be some perfect non-violent being, right? They'd go to somewhere where there's a war, and they would say, even here, I'm not going to kill.
So they would be like a reincarnate person that's a really bodhisattva.
Yeah, really high bodhisattva, exactly.
Oh, okay.
And they just do that over and over and over until they become a Buddha. So it's just a way of like getting an idea of what are the qualities of a Buddha. Right? That there's somebody who's done that over and over and over until they reach perfection in all those things.
Can you become a Buddha without first becoming a Bodhisattva? Okay.
You have to be a Bodhisattva for that.
I didn't realize there were arhats, that there were people that could achieve nirvana without becoming a bodhisattva.
Yeah, there are.
That's
So
interesting.
So there are. So the idea is a motivation, right? That if somebody hears, like the Buddha said this too, that some beings don't have the, you know, they can hear about samsara and realize I don't want to continue with that, right? Like we were meditating on it, and they gain that realization, and they generate love and compassion for others. But there comes a point, actually, in a person's spiritual practice, where, like in terms of generating bodhicitta, right? Where a person has to decide, a bodhisattva has to say at a certain point, not only do I have love and compassion for all beings, but there comes a unique quality of bodhisattvas where they actually feel, I myself will liberate all sentient beings. That I take responsibility, the way a mother takes responsibility for her infant, you know, like that kind of feeling of complete responsibility, because they're like, there was when when a good mother has an infant, they feel, you know, nobody else is going to take care of this baby, I have to do it, right? And this complete like commitment that I'm just using it as a metaphor, that a bodhisattva says, I develop that actual feeling for all beings everywhere, and they say, I take that responsibility like a parent, like a child, like a, you know, like my, you know, they develop that. Whereas somebody who's following the path of an arhat looks and says, that just seems too difficult, it's going to take too long to become a Buddha, that seems like too difficult a task. So I have love for all beings, but I don't want to take on that responsibility, and they meditate on emptiness, and they achieve their own liberation, but they don't go through all the training.
They're just kind of up there on the perch. But
Yeah, exactly, something like that, yeah, something like that.
So in other words, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not considered like, oh, you didn't help other people and become this bodhisattva, so you're, you know.
No, the Buddha said that's actually quite an exalted thing to achieve.
Because so what you're saying is bodhisattva, but it's not necessarily for everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
How's that one?
Yeah.
Does that happen like when you take the bodhisattva vows? You then like enter this kind of thing where you can choose your rebirth depending upon your stage and whatever's going to benefit others?
The idea is like when you take the I guess there's a difference between so it's possible to take the bodhisattva vow, of course, but not have realized bodhicitta, right? But be too aspiring. But so for example, if somebody's familiar with bodhicitta, right, and really appreciates the Dalai Lama says, right, if somebody understands what bodhicitta is and deeply appreciates it, then they can take the bodhisattva vow, but they haven't yet realized bodhicitta. Because when you realize bodhicitta, I mean, then effortlessly, all the time, that commitment, that level of compassion is there. You know, even in your dreams, even, you know, as soon as you wake up, even as you're like, you know, whatever you're doing, that's there. So it's two different states of mind. So, so technically, like a person could take the bodhisattva vow and still be quite a beginner. You know, so then they can't yet, of course, control their rebirth and things like that.
But that imprint and that karma is there for their next life,
Yeah.
and then, you know, if the conditions are created, they can further progress.
But they could still end up in arhat as they go along.
The idea is that actually, like there are some, like for example, Shariputra, who is the most famous of all the arhats. He was a direct disciple of the Buddha, and sometimes when you see paintings of the Buddha, there's like Shariputra and Mahamoggallana. The Shariputra was said to be among the arhats. They were arhats actually, right? And so among the arhats, I think Shariputra was considered the most wise of all the arhats, and Mahamoggallana I think was had the most magical powers. I think of all the arhats. I may get that wrong, but I think that's right. But they say that Shariputra at one time had actually generated bodhicitta, and was a bodhisattva, but he was a beginner bodhisattva. And then they say that something happened. I'm not sure if I'm getting the story right. It might be this. I think something happened where somebody asked him for, you know, in India, like you're supposed to offer things with your right hand. And I think somebody asked him to give. He was like a bodhisattva, and somebody asked him to give his right hand, and he chopped off his right hand and handed it with his left. And the person said, "How rude of you to hand me your hand with your left hand." And at that point, I think Shariputra said, "This is too difficult. I give up. You know, like these beings are jerks. You know, jerks."
I can see a lot of people taking that path.
It was I guess it was, and they say actually the being that did that was Mara, who obstructs. Like it was actually a demon, like so to speak. You know, who the Buddha conquered when he became enlightened, but that Mara was trying to obstruct, because Mara knows that if somebody progresses along the bodhisattva path, more beings get liberated from samsara, and Mara is a god of desire who wants beings to stay suffering. So they say that Mara tricked him, basically, or you know, got him to give up his bodhisattva vow and bodhicitta, and that then so then Shariputra went on to become an arhat, you know, under Shakyamuni Buddha's guide, you know, through Shakyamuni Buddha's help, but he never, he didn't become a Buddha, they say, because of that, giving up the bodhicitta. So, but then there comes a point, I was just going to say, so there comes a point, though, I think it's long before somebody becomes, it's before somebody becomes, sees emptiness directly. But there are 5 paths and 10 grounds, that's the way it's described. So before you see the path of seeing, you go through 2 of the paths, the path of accumulation and the path of preparation. And so I can't remember which level, there are 4 levels of the path of preparation, there are all these things. But anyway, there's a point on the path of preparation for a Mahayana, for a Bodhisattva, where they no longer can give up. So then they reach a point where they're definite. They call it like a definite, where before that it's an indefinite Bodhisattva. In other words, they're a Bodhisattva, but their attainment of Buddhahood versus, Arhat state or something else is not definite yet, because they might fall, they might give up their bodhicitta, then they reach a point where their level of practice is so high that it's impossible any longer for them to lose that. And so at that point they become a definite, like an absolutely definite Mahayana Bodhisattva who will become a Buddha for sure, because they won't give up their bodhicitta anymore. So I guess up until that point it's possible that somebody could change.
I guess the reason I ask is because in the other tradition I was in, I didn't get that far, but they were having people take refuge and bodhisattva vows for beginners.
Oh.
And I wasn't sure what that was about, the bodhisattva. And then they also talk about relative bodhicitta versus absolute bodhicitta. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, the difference, so there's different things. So, refuge, of course, we've already talked about.
The refuge I get.
And then the bodhisattva vow, there are 2, actually definitely this is true, so that there are 2 levels of bodhisattva vows beings can take, anybody who wants to can take, really. So one is aspiring, right? And so that's a
beginner.
2. That's like a more beginner
Okay, so
state.
that's probably what
That's
was.
where somebody says, like, I wish I could become, and often the Dalai Lama gives this in public gatherings, like where he'll say,
So that's what that
he'll say, if you just have the wish to be of benefit to others, and if you would like to cultivate bodhicitta, then you could take the aspiring bodhisattva, where you're just saying, I wish I could live that way, I wish I could be that kind. And then the next stage up is the engaged bodhisattva vow, and that's where somebody's actually committing, saying, I will practice bodhicitta, and I will practice the 6 perfections. And then there are, 18 root vows and 46 secondary vows and so on. And that's where somebody's saying, I commit to actually practicing the path of a bodhisattva and to progressing, and so on. And sometimes, it used to be in India, those were always given separately. Whereas I think that's my understanding at least, that the tradition was to give them separately. That usually somebody would, I guess maybe in an exceptional case, somebody would take them both. But usually somebody would do one, train in that, and then eventually take the second. Nowadays, some lamas will give them together, but
So that's the relative bodhicitta.
That's all relative.
And absolute bodhicitta is more about emptiness.
emptiness, yeah.
Right.
You
Okay.
can- But anyway, so that's just so we should probably stop soon. But so I'll just say so you get some idea, right? Of we can't really know, but there's some idea then of the qualities of the qualities of the Buddha's mind, right? Or they see all things simultaneously. They have compassion equal for all beings, totally. So whether you're their student or not their student, whether you're close to them or far from them, it doesn't matter. The wisdom that understands all conventional ultimate things simultaneously, and so on. There are just like so many qualities, right? Infinite patience, right? Infinite ethics, infinite wisdom, infinite concentration, and so on. And then the Buddha's body, we talked just a little bit about, and the Buddha's speech, right? We talked a little bit about that. They say it has 64 melodious qualities, and that everybody, they can answer everybody's questions simultaneously, and all those things, right? And then the qualities of the Dharma. We've kind of gone over those a little bit, right? But so basically the qualities of the Dharma are that, the idea of the Dharma though is this, is that whatever your goal, if it's a spiritual goal, it can achieve that, right? So if your goal is to have higher future rebirths, then there's a Dharma teaching, right, that gives you that. If your goal is arhatship, then there's a Dharma that teaches how to achieve that. If your goal is to be a bodhisattva, then there's a Dharma teaching of how to do that. If your goal is to be a Buddha, then there's the teachings of how to accomplish that. So the idea is that any spiritual goal, like the Dharma, can reveal how to achieve it, and so on. And then the qualities of the Sangha, right, are, there's a few, sometimes they say if you understand the qualities of the Dharma, then the Sangha, qualities of the Sangha are obvious because those are the ones who have practiced the Dharma. And actually sometimes they define, like, you can include the Buddha in some sense in the Sangha, but usually one way of defining the Sangha is those who have gained realizations of the Dharma but have not yet achieved the resultant state. Right? There's somebody who's on the path still. And like we said, that the ultimate Sangha are those who have seen emptiness directly. So those are quite exalted beings already, right? Like somebody who's an Arya Bodhisattva, or Mahayana would be an Arya Bodhisattva, right? So that's quite somebody, extremely exalted, but who's not yet a Buddha. But so that person then would be the Sangha jewel. Right? And so that you can see how, and then also, on a conventional level, right, it would also include the training and hanging around people who are good influences on us. And I'll say one other comment on that, just like, and then we'll stop, but in terms of the Sangha part, right, I just want to mention this idea that actually, it does rub off, right? So if you meet people who actually have those qualities, right, like, really have like the qualities of the three jewels, any of the, whether you meet somebody who seems to embody the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, like, really, if you're smart, right, then you spend time around them, right? Like, in other words, you don't, like, whereas that's the most important. The idea in Buddhism, we talk about this in a different way in terms of the spiritual teacher, right, with that whole module, but like if you meet people who embody the Dharma to some extent, then actually what smart people do is spend time around them, right? And actually it says somewhere, one of the Dalai Lamas in some poem or something, basically says, spend time around Aryas, not around non-Aryas, which is good advice, right?
What's an Arya?
An Arya is somebody who's seen emptiness directly. Yeah. Because your qualities will increase if you do that. So that's quite good advice, the Dalai Lama said. But, okay, well, so that's some of, so I guess to conclude this then, those are just some of the qualities. So when you're meditating on taking refuge, that you can read more about this, but you would think about the qualities of the three jewels, right? And it develops more feeling of devotion, or faith, or like that. And it's good to do that anytime, not just when you're meditating, right? To go around, as you're going around, like if every now and then you think about the qualities of the three jewels, and whether you're relating that to your personal teacher, or you think of Tara, or the Buddha, or Avalokiteshvara, or whoever, whichever Bodhisattva or Buddha you're thinking of. Some people have devotion to Amitabha, it depends. But if you think about those qualities, then it develops more conviction and faith. And eventually you become, Khensa Rinpoche said, when you realize refuge fully, like when you actually gain the full realization of refuge, he says, then actually you rely on the three jewels in all your activities the way a child relies on their mom. That's what he said. He said actually that's the measure. And if you actually hang around Tibetan lamas, a lot of them are like that actually. You see where they have I remember Geshe Silka, who was the resident teacher at the center up in Boston. He was like that with Tara. You would see immediately, if something was going on in his life, immediately you would see he would just be praying to Tara with almost like tears in his eyes, and just like this incredible feeling of devotion to Tara. And like if he started an activity, like working for the center, you would see first he'd be praying to Tara for help, that there was this feeling of that Tara was like his parent, but Tara has all these qualities, right? Which is a female Buddha, right? So I'm just saying that's like, so sometimes I would look at Geshe Soga and I would think, oh, that's the real, he was showing the aspect of having realized, he was showing like what it looks like if you've realized refuge, right? Where whatever he was doing, he would be like so devoted to Tara and the Buddha, The subject, I'll just talk about it a little bit and then we'll break up into groups again. But the subject I wanted to raise for that is I mentioned it yesterday, is the 8 worldly concerns, or the 8 worldly dharma. So it's just a particular framework for looking at, being preoccupied with non-dharma, or, rather than taking refuge in the dharma, taking refuge in, sometimes they contrast it, right? There's the actual dharma and there's worldly dharmas, which are the opposite. And so I thought I'll just talk a little bit about what the 8 worldly concerns are. So there's 4 sets of opposites. Does that make sense? So 4 times 2 makes 8, obviously. But so it's 4 sets of opposites. And there are different translations, but we'll kind of just explore it just a little bit, and then So, the one I'll call, I for myself, I always use this set of, I'll say them all because there are probably other, well, there are other translations, but I kept this set because they rhyme, so it's easy to memorize. So many years ago, so it was praise and blame, they sort of rhyme. Praise and blame, infamy and fame, comfort and pain, or loss and gain. That's the way I memorized them. It was easier to remember. But
I like the way you said that. Can you say that again?
yeah, so praise and blame,
Right.
infamy and fame,
Yeah.
comfort and pain, and loss and gain. But so the praise and blame is that one really means like liking to hear good, pleasant sounds and not liking to hear unpleasant. You know, so like that's like, you know, it's what these are all what normal people. These are just the story of normal people's lives, right? Like, actually, I'll say this too. I'll say exactly this, but it was very similar. One time, when I was at Kopan, you were there, right? So one time when I was there, Geshe Lama Kunchok, who was an amazing yogi, who died. Actually, the movie, what's it called? The Unmistaken Child, is about the search for his reincarnation. So he was living at Kopan, and Lama Zopa Rinpoche that year, Lama Zopa Rinpoche was asking. Lama Zopa would teach all night, right? But in the daytime, one of the things he did was he asked old Western students, and especially the abbots and old yogis, to tell their life stories. And so because Lama Zopa, nobody likes to, like none of those Tibetans don't like telling their life story, but when Lama Zopa asked, they would say yes. But so he was asking Geshe Lama Kunchok to tell his life story. And Geshe Lama Kunchok, I guess, didn't really want to. But Lama Zopa Rinpoche kept asking, and you can't really say no. So Geshe Lama Kunchok came in, and he basically talked about these. He said, but what he said was, my life story is learning to not care about the 8 worldly concerns. He said, so if somebody hits me, that's really great. But if they give me stuff, it's a big problem. He said, that's why I don't like being here really at Kopan. It's like, then people show some respect. It sucks, basically. He said, it's much better. He said, like one time I was living under a tree, meditating, and then people thought I was a demon and they threw rocks at me. He said, that was great. And he said, now sometimes people want to give me a Coca-Cola. Some of you Western people, he said, like, it's annoying, or something like that. And he said, so it's much better. He went through this teaching. He said, it's much better to be criticized. If somebody says, like, you're the worst person, you're terrible, he said, then that's like, he said, then there's no possibility for your ego to increase, so it's really good. And he said, but if somebody says, oh, you're so wonderful, he said, then it ruins your mind. There's no use in that. And then he went through basically all these things, right? And he said, if somebody steals from you, that's really good because like, there's no sense of mine. He said, but if you start collecting a lot of stuff, then you think you're really important. That's terrible. And so he just went through this thing saying it's much better to have lost than gained. He was very funny. And then and when he finished that, he said, he said, so that's what's good and this is bad. And he said, that's all I really have to say about my biography, and I have nothing else to talk about. He was really funny. Nobody else told a life story like that that I ever heard. Actually, this was funny. Then somebody from some Western country said to him, "Well, that may apply in Tibetan culture, but we're going back to the West. And like, do you have any advice about how to apply that in Western culture?" Which as soon as they said that, I thought that's not the right question to ask. But and he's basically said, I can't remember his exact words, but basically he said, that's the Dharma. Practice it or don't. I don't care.
Another 2 set of opposites.
He was very funny. But anyway, so that's really, so the 8 worldly concerns are like that, right? So in other words, ordinarily people like to hear, like if somebody says, oh, you're doing a great job, right? Everybody, like ordinary people, we like hearing that, right? Then if somebody says like, you're goddamn idiot, and, I hate you, and you're so stupid, then we don't like that, right? So that's a worldly concern, caring what people say to us, right? Which actually doesn't help. The point is that these distract us from Dharma practice, right? So you're not taking, if you're caught up in that, then you're not practicing Dharma, you're worrying about what people are saying about you, right? Which isn't Dharma practice. And then notice that 2 of them are about what people say about you. The first one, so praise and blame is that. Praise and blame is interpersonal, right? Liking when somebody says sweet things and not liking when somebody says bad things. Then the next one, I called it infamy and fame. That's more your reputation, right? So that's not what somebody's saying to you directly, but it's what people say about you. So it doesn't just mean like being famous in the sense of like world renowned or something. but fame in this sense can include like, what people, like, so in other words, if you find out at work that people are talking behind your back, and you care about that, that's a worldly concern, right? And if you care that people think, that people would say, oh, she's doing such a good job, wow, that's great, that'd be a version of this, right? And if you don't like it, if people are saying, oh, she's really lazy and doesn't work hard, that would be a version of this, right? So that's that one. And then loss and gain really is about possessions, right? So that's this one, now we're moving away from verbal to physical, right? So it'd be like liking to have wealth and not liking to lose, so like, it's like being upset if you lose, money or possessions, and being happy if you gain more. It'd be like being upset if somebody scratched your car, and being happy if you can get if you win a new car, right? Or get a new car. It'd be like, being happy if you get a raise, and being upset if you get a sort of budget cut or something like that. That'd be like loss and gain. And then comfort and pain are obviously about physical comfort, right? So the pain one, that's just what's the word? To make it rhyme or something. But it can be discomfort. It doesn't only include pain. It can include discomfort too. So, that's like wanting to have the best circumstances, wanting to have everything be comfortable for yourself, right? And not wanting discomfort or hardships and so on. And so the idea in Buddhism is that being caught up in these things causes us suffering, right? That's one of the points, right? So that's why it's not Dharma. Is that these are the things that cause most of our anxiety. Actually, if you look at people's worries and anxiety, they're all about these 8 things, right? So when we get caught up in these, the idea here is that it disturbs our mental peace. And if we're focused on, because actually if you're focused on Dharma, right, on love or compassion or wisdom, understanding emptiness, or any of those things, right? If you're meditating on the path, you're not thinking about these things, right? And the idea is those bring peace to your mind, whereas these bring agitation. That's all. And in a way, these relate right back to, if you think of the suffering of change and the suffering of suffering, that's this, right? That's the game of the suffering of change and the suffering of suffering, is that you're just caught up and always, and then finally somebody says something nice to you, right? But then of course that's nothing stable about that, right? Whereas then the next day they may say something not nice. So anyway, so there's nothing reliable about these things. They don't lead to any kind of lasting happiness. And they're all fleeting, right? Impermanent phenomena. So the idea for this would be, so does anybody have questions about those 8, first of all? Or is it they're obvious, right, in a way? So I guess the question I want to raise today is this. It's similar to yesterday's, but just with using this framework of the 8 worldly concerns, or 8 worldly dharmas, is so as to think about ways in which those get in the way of your peace of mind and get in the way of your practicing actual dharma, right, which is the real refuge, right? And so it would just be that, right? So to think of a few examples of, but actually, to put your own experience into that framework, right? Caring what people say about you, caring about your, comfort, and actually even notice, do you tend more towards one or another? Right? Like, is it like one of those sets? Which is the biggest obstacle for you personally? Sometimes, actually, I was thinking of some teachers who said that, when people are living in the world, right, then they care, oftentimes, there's a lot about loss and gain, for example, right, and comfort, and then they said sometimes when people go on retreats, then they start to think about the reputation more, so they think, oh wow, people are, either people are think I'm weird that I'm in a retreat, or people are going to think I'm so cool that I'm in a retreat, and then they become caught in that, but then again, there's no Dharma practice happening at that moment, right, because you're just caught up in what somebody thinks about you. And I guess I'll raise one other question just before the exercise together, as you think about it, is, so the idea that Lama Zopa Rinpoche always emphasizes, always emphasizes, really you could say, is how do you harm the 8 worldly dharmas? How harm that habit? That's a habit of ego, actually. Like, these are the ways that the ego sustains itself, right? And so, Lama Zopa Rinpoche is a little bit extreme in a way, in a good way. And there's extreme in the sense of really practice Dharma. That's what I mean by extreme. And so sometimes he'll raise the question about, like, what can you do to really cut against that? Does that make sense? Like, so if you have a habit of caring about those things, how can you really go against that? You know, and there are many stories in the Tibetan tradition of wonderful stories about people who did that, right? Like, you know, and sometimes they're very simple, right? Like Geshe Ben Kunkel, I forget his name, who, you know, he had many stories like that, right? Where he set up a nice altar, like this, you know, like kind of like something nice, because people were coming who were his sponsors were coming, right? And then he realized that he hadn't made those offerings to the Buddha, he'd made them to his own ego, because it was to impress somebody, right? And so he went out and took a big, like filled his robe with, or whatever what he was wearing with dirt, and then he threw it on there. So it was like, imagine that if you threw dirt, then it would all be mud, right? So then the sponsors came and he had like a Buddha statue and everything covered with mud, you know. And then they said that his teacher said the best offering in all of Tibet today was a bunch of mud made by Geshe Ben, you know, because it was against his own ego, you know, like things like that. So, you know, of course the people came and said, wow, he's totally insane. Why are we, you know, people came to this place and were like, this guy's a nutcase, you know, who does that? And like, why are we giving him money? Let's, you know, cut off our funding. You know, but for him, he thought, okay, you know, that was an example of cutting against the eight worldly concerns, right? So you get the idea there in a way, like, you know, in other words, it's like, what can you do? And I will say this too, like, if you think about how to cut against the eight worldly concerns, I think actually, I just want to say, I think there's also a fine art to that, because how do you do it in a way that's, let's say this right. It's actually hard to do in a way that works, right? Because if you do it in a way that, on the one hand, if you go too far, right, and then you have regret, that doesn't work, right? Or so if you do something that ruins your comfort or reputation and then you regret doing it, well then that's not effective, right? On the other hand, if you do it in a mild way and then let other people know you did it, then you just switch to, you know, like if you give up some loss and then you tell everybody, hey, I just gave up a lot, you know, I just, you know, then that doesn't, then that becomes fame, right? So then you're switching around, you know, like, so there's a one way, you know, so you have to also do it in a way that doesn't lead to another of the eight worldly concerns. So it's hard sometimes to think, how would I genuinely, and the reason why it's hard is just that we've been doing it since beginningless time, right? So like that's our habit. And so it's hard for us to think what would be the non-eight worldly concerns. But like, yeah, I'm just thinking of, but there are many, I'll give one example actually. I thought it was I'm going to share one, I don't know which one this fits into. I guess it was like I remember once there was somebody a very angry person. They had sent an email, an email I guess it was very critical to Tashi and Kensei Rinpoche. And I was watching Tashi, because and I knew this person, so I knew if they had sent that to me, I knew what I would have done was just try to convince them. You know, I try to talk to them nicely, and then they would just get more and more mad. I tried that once, and they got more and more mad, and then it got worse and worse. And I watched Tashi, you know, as he was reading it, because I knew what was happening, right? And I saw it, he read it, like with no expression on his face, and then he hit delete, you know. And then he just like, I said, you know, well, are you going to translate it to Kensei Rinpoche? And he, no. And I said, are you going to respond? No. Like there was no, but I realized he didn't, like it wasn't an issue for him. He had already moved on. Like I was still kind of a little like, what are you going to do about that? I was still a little caught up in what had happened. You know, thinking that there should be some drama actually, right? But and then I was like, wow, there's zero drama. Like, in other words, there's no issue. Like the person said something very critical, but he didn't try to defend. You know, he wasn't caught up in praise and blame or infamy and fame, right? So there was no effort to, even for himself or even for Kensei Rinpoche, there was no effort to protect either of their egos or reputation on his part, right? It's like, that person thinks what they think, it doesn't matter, like it's irrelevant. He wouldn't even say that person thinks what they think. He would just say, I deleted it, you know. And he would only say that if you asked, right? I'm just giving you an example, like to me I was like, oh, that's cutting against the eight world. I thought, oh, there's a real example of cutting against the eight worldly concerns, right? There was no effort on behalf of the ego to do anything. So I'm just giving that as another, like, it was just like Geshe Ben's thing, you know. But so, so I guess what I want to ask people to do is just to think about, in a small group, examples of how this manifested to help each other to think of how do you work against that, because it's not so easy actually, right? Because the ego is tricky, you know what I mean, like in a way, because it's a habit, So to think about how can I recognize a pattern I have of the 8 worldly concerns, right? And actually find something that will cut against it. Like, you get the idea here, right? That won't be so extreme that I'm going to regret it. That won't become one of the other 8 worldly concerns. And how do you do that? So that's all. So I think it's an interesting exercise to help each other with, because it's not easy to think of sometimes. But so on your own, though, you have to come up with 1 or 2 examples of a particular version of the 8 worldly concerns that you get caught up in, right? And then, I guess this is also, I'm suggesting, have the humility to ask other people for support. Does that make sense? That's the sort of humility framework. Well, here's what. So the next meditation I'd like to do is Mahayana refuge practice. So I was thinking just to have a different experience. Maybe this one I'll just talk about it a little bit, and then I'll be silent. We'll do a half-hour meditation, and then we'll take a break. So, but rather than me talking while meditating, maybe I'll just describe some thoughts, and then you guys will all meditate silently, and then like that. So of course, like with Mahayana, right? Every version of refuge has these 2 qualities of fear and faith, right? So in Mahayana refuge practice, actually you have to first have the low and middle scope. If you haven't done, if you haven't done those, then you can't really do Mahayana refuge practice. Because there's what they say, I think, Shantideva, I think, says, right? If you haven't yet wished for something, wished for liberation for yourself, how can you wish it for others, right? You don't even understand what it is, right? In other words, you can't empathize with others' experience of samsara unless you understand what samsara is, and you can only get that initial understanding from your own experience, right? So you have to do the, you have to understand like another way of saying this, right? In other words, if you're going to develop Mahayana refuge, fearing others' suffering in samsara, right? So for sure you have to go through those levels we've already gone through, right? And when you understand the nature of suffering and you face that suffering, then you can face it on others' behalf too, by understanding, well, others go through what I go through. They also have compounded aggregates of, compounded by ignorance and karma and afflicting emotions. They also have the suffering of change. They also have uncertainty, aloneness, losing what they care about, not getting what they want, all those things, right? But if you haven't related to yourself, you're not going to really relate empathically to others, right? So in Mahayana, Mahayana refuge has to be preceded by those other forms of refuge practice. But once you get some familiarity, right, with understanding the nature of your own suffering, and generating some renunciation of that, some fear of that, taking refuge in the 3 jewels. So then in Mahayana refuge practice, what you do is you just expand the understanding you already have to others. Right? And so in Mahayana refuge practice, it's what you fear is not just your own suffering, but is the continued suffering of all sentient beings. Right? And so you meditate in the same ways as we already did, right? You use those same meditations, but now you start applying them to others, right? And so you can do it however there are different options, right? But one way to do this is you can think, okay, so not only do I suffer like that, right? But like, you can start with one person, the person you care about the most in your life, right? Somebody who's been very kind to you. Could be like one of your parents, grandparent, child, brother, sister, right? You think, well, they're going through every experience of suffering of those categories that I have, that person also has. And I'm afraid that they're going to continue suffering. And then you can expand it out to other friends, right? Then you can expand it to strangers, right? They also have those same kinds of suffering. Until you develop a sense of fear for their suffering, right? Then you can develop a sense of, even for your enemies, right? The same thing, like the fear of their continuing to suffer. And so then you're taking refuge, right? You're visualizing the Buddha there, you're taking refuge. But now it's not only on your own behalf, and sometimes the visualization, right? The visualization is just an expression of an emotional state, actually, right? The visualization, sometimes you imagine your father on your right, and your mother on your left, and your female relatives around your mom, your male relatives around your dad. Then you imagine behind you your friends, and you imagine, and then in front of you your enemies, and then all around your strangers. Right? That's one visualization, but it's just a visualization to express a state of mind that you're trying to cultivate, a sense of I'm taking refuge with and on behalf of everyone. Right? So that's it's just a visualized expression of that. So you can use that visual. I'm giving options here, right? So when you're meditating, you can try the visualization. You can try just thinking of individuals, right? These are different ways to meditate. So you can just do the whole visualization and feel we're all taking refuge together. You can do the you know, think of one person, like, you know, you think of, you know, for example, your mom, your dad, your, you know, coworker, then like, then some, you know, like somebody you don't like, somebody you do like, you know, strangers, all that, right? That's another way of doing it, and taking refuge. You know, another way is just, is just to start with your own experience, right, and then relate it outward, knowing, like, you know, you can think of beings in different realms, you know, and they're all having different kinds of suffering, and then taking refuge, right? The hell beings, the hungry ghosts, the animals, the humans, demigods, gods, you know, so there are all different ways to do this, but you get the idea. They're all getting to the same point, right, which is a sense of taking refuge based on universal compassion. But I want to emphasize something that's not yet really Mahayana, actually, yet. Like, that's just compassion. That's just refuge with compassion. That's not actually yet Mahayana. The Mahayana refuge, actually, so we're just starting how you develop compassion, right? But actual Mahayana refuge, it has to include, right? Because remember I said that, the unique feature of Mahayana practice is the unusual attitude of universal responsibility, I'll call it. Right? Actually, the Tibetan word is just laksan, which means unusual attitude. But to explain the meaning of that, it has to mean of universal responsibility. And so that unusual attitude is like this then. So imagine, I'm going to go back to the visualization, and I'm just describing how one, you can do it your own way, but I'm just describing a traditional way to do it. So having meditated some in those ways, right, all these other beings are experiencing suffering just like me. There's no difference, there's not the slightest difference, right? They're all going to die, they're all impermanent, they're all conditioned by suffering and by ignorance and by negative emotions. Until you feel that all their suffering is totally unbearable, just like your own suffering is unbearable, right? But then the unique feature that makes it Mahayana refuge is that you actually think, well, all these other beings actually, like you can actually imagine it like this, that you're sitting in front of that Buddha, right? You think, I can see the Buddha here, right? I can see the objects of refuge. All these other beings aren't able to see that, right? The ones who are suffering. The others who are suffering can't see that. They have no freedom, actually, to free themselves from suffering. I do, like, in other words, because I have this precious human life, like all these others are like, we're all drowning in the sea of samsara, right? But like, I'm the one person right now, and among all the ones I can see, I actually have the ability, right, because I have this opportunity. It's not like I'm better than anybody else, because we're all in samsara just like everybody else, exactly, right? We're all identical in that way. But what's different is that I can actually see the Buddha there, right? Whereas I can see the three jewels of refuge. So I have an opportunity to benefit everybody else. Those other beings can't even if they want to, they don't have the opportunity, right? Like beings in the hell realms, they can't. No matter how much they're suffering, they have no freedom at all to benefit each other or themselves. But I can, right? And so you develop a feeling that it's totally my responsibility. In other words, it's absolutely and positively my responsibility, because they're all drowning, right? All these beings I'm imagining, even my own mom and dad, are totally drowning in samsara. They don't have any opportunity, but I do. And so if I don't take the responsibility, who will? There's nobody else to take it, that responsibility. And so then you look at the Buddha, right? You imagine now, and you say, in order to achieve that, now it would be that verse, right? I go for refuge until I'm enlightened to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Through the practice of giving and the other perfections, may I become a Buddha with that cross and truths, right? So at that point, it's like almost like it's similar to like a bodhisattva vow almost feeling, right? We're not formally taking the bodhisattva vow, but it's like that, right? That you're looking at the Buddha, you're thinking of all these beings who are suffering in all these different realms, right? And you feel, the feeling is, even the way Lama Zopa says, he says, by myself alone, I would free all these beings. In other words, if there's nobody else to do it, I'll do it. There's nobody, however long it takes, whatever, like the response, however long it takes, whatever difficulties are involved, like there's nobody else, they're drowning, they're like my own mom who's drowning, my own dad, my own sister, my own brother, my children, they're all drowning, and if I don't do it, nobody else will. I have to do it. So even if I have to do so by myself alone, I'll liberate all these beings, and then you're turning to the Buddha and saying, to the Buddha, I'm not yet enlightened, so I go for refuge to you, please help me. Right? Like, in other words, I can't yet do it alone, so I need your help to teach me the Dharma, right, and explain it to me. I'll practice 6 perfections, and I will achieve enlightenment in order to benefit all these beings. Absolutely. That's like the feeling. So that's a different kind of refuge, right? You see how then it becomes Mahayana refuge, because you have that unique quality of saying, I'm taking that responsibility. I'm turning to you, Buddha, and I'm. And it's almost like, there is that feeling like a vow, actually, however long it takes, right? In other words, it doesn't matter. If it takes 20 eons, I'll benefit all these beings. If it takes 1,000,000 eons, I'll keep working for them, because they're protectorless, right? They're totally, like, bereft and have nobody to protect them. and so I'll protect them. Right? They have nobody to help them, so I'll help them. They have nobody to save them, so I'll save them. They have nobody to give them breath, so I'll give them breath. Right? It's like that, and so then you turn to the Buddha and you say, for that, in that way, I go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Like asking them to support you in your practice so that you can achieve the result. Right? Does that make sense? So it's a different, so you get the feel, and as you see how it totally relies on the previous versions of refuge, and yet it has this unique quality of both compassion and universal responsibility. Right? That's what's unique, that makes it uniquely Mahayana, or Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva training in refuge, right? So you can see everything else is the same, right? The understanding of samsara is the same. You understand the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha are the same. The difference is the attitude, right? The motivation. So any questions about that before we meditate?
How is that different than the Bodhisattva? It's a subtle difference, right?
Yeah, I mean the attitude is still bodhicitta, so it's the same.
Right,
I just mean
but
there's like a formal process of taking a vow, where you actually say, I formally vow that I will, until samsara ends, and then there are also, remember I said there are two different levels of bodhisattva. There's the inspiring,
So that's,
and then there's the engaging, where you actually say, "I'll."
so there's a similar attitude, but it's a different
The attitude's
process.
the same. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the attitude's the same. Yeah, so you're not formally taking a vow from the Buddha at this point.
It's the process, like you said.
Okay, so I'll just time it so we'll just do like a half hour. I won't say anything. We'll just do a half hour where we, meditate on Mahayana refuge like that. comments or questions about Mahi on a refuge before we take a short break? Actually, I'll ask one thing. Like, is it easier to? Do people find that one easier to like with the visualization, or just to contemplate sort of individual?
That one was easier for me.
Did you do it with the visualizing, or
Well,
just?
it was just easier to keep my concentration because it was for the benefit of all others. So
Yeah.
it was like, you know, as I was doing it, I was bringing to mind people. Like I would start with one person, and then another person, and then another person, and I would do the chants. And then it started with groups of people, and then I would go back to the Buddha and the Dharma and the Sangha, and then I would go back into like the people. And at the end there, I just found myself like thanking like everybody and everything, and just being grateful. So
Good.
yeah, it was a lot easier.
Are you similar?
I used the four measurables basically to structure it, and then thinking about my own wish to be able to do that, to make it so, and then what do I need to actually be able to do that, and that kind of brought me back to the whole refuge thing. And
Right, because it does,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
You need refuge.
Yeah.
So do most people find that easier than their other kinds of refuge practice?
That's the one on refuge too, so I can't really answer the question.
So it's more easy then because
Yeah.
you. That's good.
Where's your practice?
It's all a good sign. Yeah, it's part of the Lojong tradition. But it also, but Tonglen also exists. Like
Everywhere.
Lojong tradition is really, let's sort of say it, like came from Atisha brought that to Tibet historically, and so the equalizing and exchanging self for others with Tonglen was brought to Tibet essentially by Atisha. But in India it already existed, so you can't say it's exclusive to Lojong. I mean,
No.
you can't say that
Right.
Tonglen is exclusive to that because Nagarjuna wrote about Tonglen, and he wasn't. His teachings aren't labeled Lojong, but it's still Lojong. It is mind
That
training,
explains that. Thank
but
you.
it's not. It doesn't have that label or something. But in the Tibetan tradition, really, that's who brought it. So it was the Tonglen was part of Lojong, which is part of that method, and then it got integrated into the Lamrim later. So that's what. But technically, it came to Tibet through Atisha. He was the one who brought that particular lineage.
That was a secret one, right?
Yeah, he kept it secret
Yeah.
for a number of generations, and then I'm forgetting which of one of the Kadampa masters a few generations after Atisha, he made it public. Atisha only taught that secretly, like to Lama Dromdonpa and a few other students, and then I think maybe just Dromdonpa.
You're talking about
And he passed it down. Tonglen, yeah. And he passed that down, Tonglen, secretly for a few generations. Right. And Lama Dromdonpa is the Dalai Lama's previous incarnation. In that life, he was a layperson, a disciple of Atisha. Actually, there's a nice book that describes their conversations, these visionary conversations between Atisha and Lama Dromdonpa that were, it's called the Book of Kadam, the Book of the Kadampa, something like that. But it actually describes these mystical conversations. Like, it was funny because Atisha was the guru, right? Atisha's the Indian master who brought, but Lama Dromdonpa was Avalokiteshvara, just like so. Even though Atisha was the teacher, you see these funny points where Lama Dromdonpa says, "Don't teach tantra much here in Tibet. The Tibetans are nuts and they can't handle it," basically. And Atisha's like, kind of at first like, tantra's really important. He did teach tantra, but he said, "Don't emphasize it." Like, and he said because the Tibetans will misunderstand it and they're not practicing it properly right now, and it's better to emphasize morality, they need training, and they need to overcome and compassion and refuge and bodhicitta. He said, so please emphasize that. And at first, like, Atisha goes, oh, but there are all these precious tantric teachings, and then like you see where even though Dromdonpa is the student, he kind of convinces Atisha to approach it a certain way. So it's quite interesting, the dynamic between. Clearly, Atisha was the guru, but but you get this sense of Lama Dromdonpa, who was the Dalai Lama, that he's Chenrezig and his Avalokiteshvara, and his responsibility was for Tibet. It's like Tibet was his realm, and so there was some kind of, even though Atisha was the guru, it was like, well, you're representing Tibet. You're requesting this because you know how to protect. This is your realm to be subdued. So you get the sense of Atisha kind of in that book, working with the Dalai Lama's previous incarnation to set things up, right? Like, in other words, they were setting up future generations to practice correctly, and so they had to emphasize certain things historically at certain times. It's quite nice. But so anyway, I just wanted to emphasize that point a little bit. So so that one has to kind of do those trainings of preparing, and I think that one of that one that comes from the 8 verses, right? That's and in this, it's also in the 7-point. It's on all the mind training. But that point of secretly taking the loss on oneself and giving the victory to others, or secretly taking the burden on oneself and lightening the burden of others, or and then the training and not minding criticism, being okay with that, or the training and those things are mind trainings, right? That if one's going to progress in Mahayana practice, one has to get used to those because as also as the mind training teachings say, this is the time of degeneration. So if you're at Amitabha's Pure Land, maybe you don't have to worry about that. There aren't so many people who criticize, or that. But that's why this Earth is faster. They say that that's also the first Panchen Lama said. I think I always thought this was funny because there are so many people on this planet who correctly, it's a valid practice to do. But pray to be reborn in Amitabha's Pure Land. Right? They say I'm practicing Dharma, I'm creating merit, I'm generating bodhicitta, and I pray I may go to Amitabha's Pure Land to complete the path because it's an easier realm in which to complete the path. It's a Pure Land, right? But then the first Panchen Lama Losang Choki Gelsen, said then there are beings, the brave beings, the really good practitioners in Amitabha's Pure Land are praying, may I be reborn on this earth. May I go to earth because that's a much faster place to achieve enlightenment. So it's funny, right? Some people here are praying to go there, and then some people there are praying to come here. But apparently it's quite difficult to get to come here. It's not so easy to have the karma because this planet is it's much faster actually. For a few reasons. One is there's more suffering here. In others you get the opportunity. It's so lucky that you have people who will criticize, who will harm you, who will do all kinds of in Amitabha's Pure Land it's hard.
Is that why when I had this in the other place I was at, when people would talk about fear and horrible things going on in their lives or whatever, and sometimes teachers will respond, well, that's a great opportunity, that's good news.
From a Lojong point of view, you say that's all good. Yeah, it's like those are good things. You actually it's a sign and actually it says that even in the in the Vajracutter Sutra, right, the Buddha describes all the benefits. There are different times in the Vajracutter Sutra he's teaching on emptiness, and then he says, that just hearing the sutra or just teaching it or just hearing the words of it, one creates merit, more than if somebody were. He gives these, I can't remember the exact analogies, but something if you were to fill as many planets as there are grains of sand on the earth, if you were to fill them all with precious offerings and offer them to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, throughout all of space, that hearing the sutra once has more benefit, things like that, right? And then there comes one point that's surprising, because it's all about the benefits, and there comes one point where the Buddha says, and those who hear the sutra will be tormented, they will be intensely tormented. And then I think, it explains why. It says, because it will purify their karma, and what would have ripened in all these obstacles that would have taken them eons to become enlightened, instead they'll have some problem and then they'll become enlightened very fast.
So better to get it done now.
Yeah, that's the idea. And the other benefit of this earth, of course, compared to Amitabha's Pure Land, is that the tantric teachings exist here. So that's whereas there it can take eons, right? 3 countless great eons or more to become enlightened. And here it's possible to become enlightened even in one brief lifetime, 20, 30, 40 years of practice. So you can't compare, right? It's totally incomparable, isn't it? And I once asked Kanjurshi that. I said, is there any other planet where beings can become enlightened like that in one brief lifetime, the degenerate era? And he said there's no teaching anywhere that says that there's other planets where that's possible. He said doesn't say in any teaching that there's other places other than this earth where that's possible. I thought that was interesting. Because I was wondering. So actually this earth, you can see why then somebody would pray that you were born here, right? You could have, because also seeing all the suffering, you get more compassion, actually, right? In other words, by bad things happening, you empathize more. Whereas, the beings in other Pure Lands have great compassion and bodhicitta, but here it can become very intense because you see so much. It's easier to see so much suffering directly. But so maybe what we should do is, actually, does that make sense though? I just want to double check. So the Lojong, you see why you have to, in other words, those ideas of overcoming the 8 worldly concerns. You see how there's no way you could practice, I just want to make sure that people get that. You see that connection there, that there's no way you could practice bodhicitta. You can meditate on it, but in terms of really practicing it, right? In other words, because if somebody's worried about their reputation, then it's impossible, right? If you're worried about if somebody likes you, right, then how do you can't, right? Because, because actually, that story of Shariputra, it's supposed to be a true story of a previous life of his, but in a way, it's the story of everybody, right? Like, in other words, everybody who develops bodhicitta is going to have all kinds of problems. And that's the idea of Mara also, right? The Buddhist myth, the Buddhist story, right? That, Mara is the embodiment, right? But in a sense, if Mara represents what? Like, the victory of the ego, right? Then of course everybody's going to have obstacles that tempt them to go backwards, right? That's part of the process of practicing. Remember that the Buddha overcame those obstacles through his meditation on love. That was how he overcame. Isn't that a beautiful story, right? When Mara attacked him, that he overcame Mara through love. And through touching the earth. Right? Isn't that beautiful? Those are really beautiful stories. But, okay. So maybe what we could do is just another, maybe this time 15 or 20 minutes, just silent meditation again on Mahayana Refuge. I won't talk since you guys know how to do it, but we'll just do another 15 or 20 minutes on that.
And again, we visualize.
Yeah, so you can visualize the Buddha in front again. And then it's good, actually it is good. So you can visualize, like on the right side your dad, on the left side mom, male and female relatives around. And usually they say, and then behind you, your other friends, and because your relatives are on the sides,
Right.
your friends are behind you, enemies are in front of you, and then all around are strangers, kind of going out and out. And what they say actually traditionally is that you imagine all beings of all six realms of samsara there, but in human form. So they're experiencing they say imagine that they're experiencing the suffering of hell or hungry ghost realm, for example, but visualize them in human form. They say I think it's like as an auspicious condition, so that someday you'll be able to benefit them in human. How, like we said, the Buddha has to arrange dependent arisings in order to benefit others. So I think there's something auspicious that you think they're experiencing the sufferings of those other realms, but by imagining them in human form, I think somehow it's maybe the beginning of our own process of starting to arrange dependent arising, so that in some future life, right? Because if we're imagining being there with all of them around us and we're taking refuge and trying to benefit them, I think it's beginning to create an imprint so that in the future they'll actually be human when you're a Buddha and you can benefit them or something like that. So. So just thought to mention one thing briefly, and then we'll do the resultant refuge practice. Yesterday I had read one list of commitments of refuge, right? That was from FPMT. That were the things to take up and things to avoid, right? But actually, Lama Tsongkhapa also lists another list of 6 that are different. So I just thought to mention them. Just 'cause it's another. He calls them the general precepts of refuge. So the first of those, I'll just to share them. One is by recalling the distinctions and good qualities of 3 jewels, going for refuge again and again. Right, so distinctions means to know the difference between each of the 3 jewels, right? So recalling that, and then recalling each one's qualities to repeatedly go for refuge. That's different from the next one, which is recalling the kindness, the great kindness of the 3 jewels. Strive to worship them constantly and offer the first portion of your food and drink. So that includes 2 parts, right? One is offering the first portion of your food and drink, but another is gratitude to the 3 jewels, recalling their kindness. So I think we're contemplating that. Third one is establish other living beings in this practice by considering them with compassion. And just to be clear, in Buddhism, right, that doesn't mean proselytizing, right? Obviously, like in other words, in Buddhism, that just means that if somebody's interested in sharing it, then out of compassion. Next one, whatever activity you engage in, whatever your purpose, make offerings and supplications to 3 jewels, forsaking otherworldly methods. And so that one's actually quite important. That means like this is actually a habit to get into when, in terms of people once you've taken refuge, which is like if you're undertaking some important venture, then the first thing is to take refuge. Right? And I'll share this. Like I remember when I started working with Lama Zopa on a project one time, right? Like it was a project where we were going to be working on something, and like so I was about to start, like okay, well let's start with here's something, and he like looked at me like just kind of like be quiet kind of, and then he immediately started reciting first taking refuge, an extensive version, right, and then bodhicitta, right? Because like you don't start anything important without doing those, like to me that he was giving me a teaching, right? Like so that means like so if you're starting even if it's like a new job, right, or a trip, right, you're starting a trip, and the first that's what they're saying, right? You're starting a trip, so you take refuge, right? And then you generate your motivation. Right? So it's not only a retreat. Of course, if you're doing a retreat, you start by that, right? But this is saying if you start a new job, if you start a project, if you start anything important to you, then you take refuge and you generate bodhicitta at the beginning. And rely, like I was telling like Geshe Soga, that's how he was about Tara, right? If he was going to do some activity, he would like first start off taking refuge and then praying to Tara and meditating on Tara and so on as like a kind of like so Tara was going to be with him in that activity, right? Even if it was like building a new center or something like that. It wasn't like this is a project for my ego. This is a project, for the Buddha, with the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Next one. After having understood the benefits of going for refuge, go for refuge 3 times in the day and 3 times in the night. I mentioned that one last time, but it wasn't in that list. It's because it's from this list.
What is this one again?
This is Lama Tsongkhapa calls the 6 general precepts of refuge. That's what he calls them in his Lamrim, the great Lamrim text. And the last one, the 6th one of those, is maintain your refuge and do not forsake the 3 jewels, even in jest or if it costs your life. That's quite serious. Actually, that one became real, like for some people, like right in Tibet, when the Chinese communist army invaded. Right, some people said that became a real question. Right, would they forsake, openly openly criticize and despise the 3 jewels of refuge and the Dalai Lama or not? Or else they would be killed. So that became real, actually, for some people. But actually, even in jest, right? It's interesting advice. So anyway, I just want to review those because those weren't included in ones from yesterday. Okay, and then the next practice, resultant refuge. So there's two. There's actually, like, I want to. Most of the Lamrim texts just describe how to think about that one, but actually the Panchen Lama's Lamrim, right, the easy path that Kensrim Shea taught recently, also describes the visualization for the resultant refuge. So what I'm going to do right now is I'll just explain the contemplation part of it, and then we'll all do that, and then at the end of that I won't describe the visualization, I'll go ahead and just lead us through it as a kind of conclusion to the refuge practice. It seems like a nice one to do, actually. More like that one will be more like a guided. So the first part I'm just going to describe, then we'll meditate silently, and then after however long I'll kind of interrupt, or not interrupt, we'll keep meditating, but I'll describe a visualization, we'll all do it together. That's a visualization of resultant refuge. But so to differentiate, actually the advice for resultant refuge is this, is that you actually have to start with causal refuge. What we've been doing up to now is causal refuge practice. And the advice is that you have to first get good at causal refuge practice before you should try to emphasize resultant refuge practice. Implying, I guess, you could say that resultant refuge practice is a more advanced practice in some ways, which I think it is. And also the resultant refuge practice is in some ways related, let's say, to tantric practice. So it is more advanced in a certain way, or more difficult. So to define causal refuge practice is what we've been doing. But so I just want to clarify it. Is so you go for refuge to all or any one of the three jewels of refuge in the mental, in the continuum, let's call it, right? The mental and physical, because it could also be the physical continuum in the sense of Sangha, right? But in the continuum of another being, right? So as if you're going for refuge to Tara or to Shakyamuni Buddha, then you're going for refuge to the Dharma in their mind, right? And to the Buddha that they are, and to the Sangha either that they are or that they created around them, right? Like you could include, for example, Shakyamuni Buddha, you could think of him as the Sangha, or you could think of Shariputra and Malagayana and Avalokiteshvara and Manjushri, his students, right? You could think of them as the Sangha. But all of those are in the mental continuum of other beings, right? In other words, they're outside of you. Right, so you're seeing the three jewels. I mean, they exist, right? But they exist in the mental continuum of someone other than yourself. So in our case, we've been thinking about taking refuge in the three jewels in the mental continuum, right? We're visualizing Shakyamuni Buddha, right? So in other words, he was an actual sentient being who became a Buddha, and so we're taking refuge in the three jewels in his continuum, right? His body, his speech, his mind.
How does that differ? I'm lost a little bit.
Well, maybe I'll clarify it if I get to the next step. Let's see if this clarifies it or not.
Okay.
So when you're taking causal refuge, it means you're in samsara and you're taking refuge in someone else, right?
Got it.
That's different from resultant refuge. Resultant refuge, you're taking refuge in your own future attainment of the three jewels.
Oh, thank you.
That's the difference. Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's not in somebody else. You're not taking refuge in somebody else. You're taking. Now the problem is you can't take refuge in yourself now because you're not a valid refuge yet, right? Unless you're an Arya Bodhisattva, something like that. Then you could say you're taking refuge in your own. But the idea here is that for an ordinary being, right? Usually, most of the time, people take refuge in somebody else, right? In the Buddha, the historical Buddha, let's say. But in the resultant refuge practice, what you do is instead of focusing on somebody else, you actually focus your mind on your own future attainment of the three jewels, right? So, which you think about it, then you'll have an actual refuge, right? And there's when you become. So let's start with Sangha. I'll go in reverse order, right? So it's gonna, I said the definitive Sangha are Aryas, which means people who have seen emptiness directly, right? So that means if you're thinking of the Sangha refuge in the resultant state, you would think, well, there will come a time through my practice when I'll be an Arya Bodhisattva. I'll see emptiness directly, and I'll be a noble Bodhisattva on the grounds, the bhumis that I talked about, right? And so resultant refuge in Sangha would say, so I'm taking refuge in that, right? And so if you're thinking about it from a bodhicitta point of view, when you're visualizing all the sentient beings around you, it actually has pretty deep meaning, right? Because what you're thinking then is, I'm taking refuge in that. That's my aim. I'm going to achieve that, and then I'm going to benefit all these beings so much when I'm an Arya Bodhisattva. Right? Then I'll be able to do so much benefit for others. So I'm taking refuge in that. I'm putting my trust in that. I'm putting my faith, right? We talked about fear. The fear in this case is of your own and others' suffering, right? But your faith is in, wow, okay, I'm going to achieve that result, and then I'll be able to benefit others so much like that. So that's one version. That's the result and refuge of Sangha. That will be, again, in your own, they call it in your own continuum. It means like it's not you now, but the continuum of who you will become will be that Sangha refuge, Sangha jewel, it's called. And then in your own future attainment of the Dharma jewel. Right? So if the ultimate Dharma jewel are the cessations and paths, right, in the continuum of somebody, right, so then there will come a time, right, when you'll achieve all the different paths and all the different cessations, you know, of a bodhisattva and then eventually of a Buddha, right? And so you're taking refuge in that. So you're thinking, okay, in the future, you know, I'll achieve all those different Dharma realizations, you know. And actually, if you study this is where if you study the path, right, like I was saying, Maitreya teaches the implicit meaning of the perfection of wisdom, where he describes like all these different resultant levels that beings go through, like the 5 paths, the 10 grounds, and all these different states that beings go through. So the more you study about those, then you can take refuge in them, right? You can, in the resultant state, you can think, wow, someday I'll achieve the path of preparation. I'll have, like, for example, you enter the path of accumulation is the first path. I'm just going to give an example here. The second of the 5 paths is the path of preparation. So that you enter the path of accumulation when you realize, in Mahayana I'm talking, when you realize bodhicitta. So when somebody actually realizes bodhicitta, they enter the path of accumulation, which means they've actually started the path to enlightenment, formally. But then when that person realizes calm abiding, right, and realizes and gains an inferential realization of emptiness. They haven't realized emptiness directly yet, but they've gained a correct, deep, experiential understanding of emptiness, and they unify those, right? So they get a calm abiding meditation, and they unify it with special insight. Sometimes they say calm abiding and special insight. This is actually, you know, there are different versions of special insight, but this is the most important one, right? So somebody has gained they've realized bodhicitta, they've gained calm abiding, and they've unified their calm abiding. They're focusing their deep calm abiding meditation on a correct inferential. So it's still what's the word? Inferential means it's still conceptual. It's still a conceptual idea of emptiness, right? But they've now unified those two. So they have calm abiding, and they're meditating on emptiness in a deep conceptual but very deep way. So then they've entered the path of preparation. Right? So I'm just giving you an example. So one could think, wow, someday I'm going to achieve that. I'll have realized bodhicitta long before. I'll have studied emptiness until I gain like this deep insight into it. I'll gain calm abiding meditation. I'll combine them. Wow, that'll be like amazing. You know, like it's totally amazing state, right? Like I want you to be an Arya Bodhisattva, and then from there, that allows you then to progress to see emptiness directly on the third path, the path of seeing. So you can say, wow, I'm going to achieve all those results. That'd be amazing. I'll be so much more, first of all, so much more liberated from my own suffering, and then so much more able to help others. Because, you know, if I've gained that kind of understanding of emptiness, I can explain emptiness so much clearer. If I've gained calm abiding, I'll have all kinds of abilities to benefit others, right? Because calm abiding gives all these side effects. Like you can read people's minds, for example, and you can not get tired. You know, you don't get tired anymore, and so on. We were talking about that before. So, you know, and so, you know, things like that. And, you know, actually, they say if somebody who's achieved calm abiding, if there's a particular training they can do where they can walk through walls if they want to. You know, so there are all kinds of things if you get calm abiding you can do. I don't know if that's that useful. They say, actually with calm abiding, they also say you can walk on water and swim on earth, swim in the earth. There's a meditation for only if you gain calm abiding, but they say after somebody's gained calm abiding, they meditate on the earth as water, as liquid. And then because of their concentration, they can swim in the earth. And if they meditate on the water as solid, they can walk on. It's some ability that comes with calm abiding. I guess if they meditate on the wall as unobstructed, then they can walk to it. So it actually changes something in their own physical constitution and all that. You know, so that gains so many abilities, right? And you can see people's minds, so then you can teach them much more effectively, right? Atisha said that there's not much benefit in teaching until you can read other people's minds. That's right. You know, so he had obviously achieved that level of realization. But so anyway, just giving you examples, right? So and then of course when you achieve the path of seeing and you're an Arya Bodhisattva, then so much more benefit. And then each of the grounds, the bhumis I talked about, each of those you get like hugely more benefit to others. You can be so much more useful in each of those. That's part of the reason the bodhisattvas keep progressing through them, right? Is they become much more and more useful to other beings. So as you think about those, I'm just giving you an example of how you might meditate, right? So you think, wow, like, it's like Lama's over, right? Wow, amazing. It's like that. We were talking about that earlier. This is really like that, though, right? Like it's like what Lama Zopa was talking about. Because it is totally amazing, right? That you'll be so much more benefit to other beings. You make fewer and fewer mistakes. The higher you go on the path, right? Then you make. Lama Zopa also said. He said then you make fewer mistakes. He said only a Buddha doesn't make any mistakes. I thought this was actually very profound. So I'll just share it. One time, a nun asked Lama Zopa Rinpoche. I was there, and she asked him. She said like, what's the word? That one could become like discouraged or, like discouraged or lack. Like I'll use the word discouraged or something like that, because like even when you try to help others, you make so many mistakes, and then it can seem discouraging. Like how can how can you be useful? And so I thought Lama Zopa Rinpoche's answer was great. He said, oh, don't worry. He said like even like, let's say a 7th, 8th, 9th level bodhisattva. It's like how unbelievable, they can shoot out bodies, they can fly to Pure Land, like they have all these magical powers. They've seen emptiness directly, like an eon ago or whatever, like long before. He said, and still they make mistakes because only a Buddha doesn't make any. He says, you'll be making mistakes for like, if you practice like, for eons, you'll keep making mistakes, but you get fewer and fewer. As you progress, then you make a little less, and a little less, a little less. He said, only a Buddha makes no mistakes. He said, so if you get discouraged by that, then there's no way to progress. 'Cause you'll keep making mistakes for a long time to come. So that was very like encouraging in a way. Like don't worry about the mistakes. At each level you'll make you'll be more useful. So just make your mistakes, but try your best. It's very useful advice in a way, right? Because like in a way it's not denying that we make mistakes, but it's just saying, well, that's no big deal. Everybody makes mistakes except the Buddha. So you have a long way to go. Don't stress about it, but just try your best. At each level. But so anyway, so you think like that, right? So then you can think, wow, it's totally amazing that I'll achieve so I'll become the Dharma jewel, I'll become the Sangha jewel. And you see how with bodhicitta, if you're focusing on all beings, then it gives you more, it's a refuge version that gives you more energy in a way, and courage. Like, oh, I can achieve that, and I will achieve that, and then I'll be more useful, and these beings will be like, the beings I'm imagining around me will be like following, some of them, even if I can push them ahead of me, good, like they'll get ahead of me, but others I'll pull behind, whatever way it works. Actually, there are different versions. There's do you ever see that on the bodhicitta? That comes also from Maitreya. He said he gave different types of bodhicitta or something. He said some bodhisattvas have bodhicitta like a king. Oh, I'll start with this one, like a herder. He said some bodhisattvas generate, and I think Avalokiteshvara was like this, a herder who comes behind. In other words, their wish is to lead all beings from behind, like a herder of sheep. Going like, come on, like, okay, come on, that they want to go behind everybody else. They say, I'll be the last one to achieve enlightenment. That's their wish, They actually achieve enlightenment first, but their wish is to be the last because they want to lead everybody else from behind. Then he said there are ferryman-like bodhisattvas who want to go together with everybody, like a ferry, like you're on a ferry and you're you're going together with everybody across. And then there's king-like bodhisattvas who want to achieve enlightenment quickly first and then lead everybody else. King. All of them still have to achieve enlightenment themselves, actually, but it's like he was describing, I guess, the inner state of those bodhisattvas, like how they feel. It's a nice description.
Do you get to decide that, or is...
Yeah, it's just depending on your temperament, like what kind of person you are. Yeah. I mean, so in one way, you could either say you decided, or or it has to do with who you are in some sense, like your disposition, maybe is the word.
I was just reading about that. So there's like the king, the ferry, and then a ferryman, and the shepherd. And do different traditions think some of them don't count?
No, I think
exist?
I mean, all as Maitreya taught, it's all Mahayana agree that they exist. I guess the issue is that the suggestion though is that even if you wanted to be actually I think it would be this. Ultimately you have to achieve enlightenment anyway, right? But I guess it's like this in a way. That maybe it has to do with your vows. So somebody Avalokiteshvara, for example, right? They say he's a Buddha who manifests everywhere as a bodhisattva, because his wish was to be the last, right? So he would happily manifest as the lowest, actually. So if you think about Avalokiteshvara, he couldn't help it. He achieved enlightenment anyway, right? In other words, he didn't get to be the last person to achieve enlightenment because he's already a Buddha. But in some sense, he would manifest everywhere as a bodhisattva. As an unenlightened being, helping others, because that was his vow, maybe. Whereas like, for example, like the medicine Buddha, right? I mean, his vow was healing in a way, healing people's minds and bodies. So, but he manifests in the form of a Buddha. You don't see many depictions of him as a bodhisattva anymore. So it's just, I think it has more to do. I think any of those are valid ways to generate bodhicitta as a wish. I guess as you go along, you have to achieve the result anyway. But I think it has to do with your disposition. So then also, like the story, if you read the stories of bodhisattvas, it's really important actually that bodhisattvas, one of the, sometimes there's a list of 6 perfections, but sometimes there's a list of 10 perfections. It depends on the list, but one of the 10 perfections is the perfection, sometimes they call it the perfection of prayers, I think is how they translate it. But that has to do with that at a certain, actually anybody can make prayers, it's good, but at a certain level, bodhisattvas have created so much merit, and then they dedicate the merit by making special prayers that will actually come true, because they have the force of the bodhisattva's good karma and merit behind them. And so I think I personally think that then it has to do with the person's disposition, like that. So different bodhisattvas make different prayers then, depending on those kind of dispositions, and so you see then that they manifest in different ways to benefit others. So I think that which kind of bodhicitta you develop and your style helps determine what kind of prayers you.
Which one is the fastest? Which you having?
I don't know actually.
What do you have to do?
The main thing is whoever has actually Lama Zopa says, I'm not sure which of those is fastest, but Lama Zopa always says that actually the 2 things that make the fastest path to enlightenment, one is the stronger your compassion actually, so whichever kind of bodhicitta, it's the more unbearable. Like in other words, they say that Maitreya Buddha achieved bodhicitta before Shakyamuni Buddha, but Shakyamuni Buddha achieved enlightenment before Maitreya Buddha. And the reason why Shakyamuni Buddha's enlightenment came faster was because his compassion was more unbearable. They both had extremely powerful compassion, but Shakyamuni felt even, what's the word? Even more like he couldn't bear the suffering of others, even more intensely. And so he achieved enlightenment more quickly. So one cause of a faster enlightenment is the more powerful your compassion, then it speeds the path. But then the other thing that speeds the path to enlightenment for sure, actually the biggest thing, is also, or maybe they're equally big, I don't know. But the other one is the level of devotion to your guru. And that's the other thing that really, and they get like one story that illustrates that is the story of, in the Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 verses, there's a story told of Bodhisattva. In Sanskrit they call him Sata Prarudita, but in English, if you translate that, it's the always crying Bodhisattva. And they say his compassion was, they say that his compassion was so intense that he was always crying. He would like always thinking of the suffering of others, and he was always like weeping. And then he thought, I have to find a perfect guru, because I have to achieve enlightenment for others. He had this unbearable compassion, right?
Yeah.
So he thought, I have to find a perfect guru. So he went everywhere searching for a guru. And it tells the story in the sutra very beautifully, actually, that he finally finds, he hears the name of this guru, kind of like the way when Milarepa hears the name of Marpa. He hears the name of Dharmodgata Bodhisattva. And like the hairs on his, his hair stand on end, and he becomes overwhelmed because he so wants to become enlightened that he hears this is the perfect teacher. And so he goes to where Dharmodgata is, and then the story goes, I forget all the details, but there's a thing where he feels that he can't go in front of his teacher without an offering, but he's dead broke. And then he's thinking, what can I do? And so like he sells like part of his own flesh or something to get offerings. I mean, this is like, this is like very moving story of his devotion. And then he goes there and he makes offerings to Dharmodgata. And Dharmodgata is in like single-pointed, I think he's in single-pointed concentration or shamatha, samadhi, yes, and he's in deep concentration. And so, the always crying Bodhisattva has to wait a really long time to hear any teaching. So he just waits, kind of like Naropa with Tilopa. He has to wait a really long time. And, he doesn't hear even one word of teaching for a while, right? But then the story goes, this is the part that's interesting, is usually it takes, so at this point, the always crying Bodhisattva, I think, is on the path of accumulation. Right? He's realized bodhicitta, but he hasn't yet achieved the calm abiding and special insight. So he's just on the path of accumulation. So for ordinary bodhisattvas, like even Shakyamuni, actually, it took one countless great eon to go from the path of accumulation to the path of seeing, and another countless great eon to go from the path of seeing to the 8th bhumi, or ground. Remember I was talking about the grounds? So that took two of the three countless great eons. It took that. And then the last one was to go from the 8th ground to Buddhahood. And so they say that Satu, this always crying bodhisattva, he felt such strong devotion, such strong compassion. He was on the path of accumulation, but just like meditating on unbearable compassion. He hadn't yet realized emptiness even, I don't think. But he felt so much devotion and so much compassion. He was waiting and waiting for the teaching. And then finally, Dharma-Udgata came out of his samadhi, his meditation, and he gave some teaching. And they say that in that one teaching session, the always crying bodhisattva went all the way. And there was like what somebody else would have taken 2 countless great eons.
Wow.
He realized emptiness directly, and then he jumped straight to the 8th bhumi all in one day, or something, because he has that much compassion and that much guru devotion. So that's the fast, so the guru devotion is the compassion. Those 2 factors are the compassion and guru devotion are what speed a person's path. Otherwise, it's just slower.
But you said it's more unbearable too.
Yeah, like the feeling.
The ride's gonna be a lot bumpier, even though it's gonna be quicker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a harder. It's harder in a way. I mean, you read his story. Wow, he went through so much. If you read that story in the Perfection of Wisdom, it's very beautiful. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't. It wasn't like he wasn't just hanging out or something like that. Yeah, he was very, very, emotional and devoted. And if you look at the story of Naropa, right, it's similar, right? I mean, you look at Naropa, who was similar, right? He achieved enlightenment in one lifetime. But wow, like he went through so many hardships, right? Naropa was like so devoted to Tilopa and so compassionate, but he went through all these things, right? 12, what do we call it? 12 great hardships and 12 small hardships that Naropa went through in his life. And, Milarepa went through so many hardships, right? You guys read that one. He went through so many hardships. So the ones who go, so definitely the ones who get enlightened more quickly, it's stronger compassion, stronger guru devotion, and a willingness to go through the hardships of a faster enlightenment. Otherwise, we go slower.
And Milarepa, he was enlightened. Was he enlightened in one lifetime
Yeah.
also?
Yeah, Milarepa is famous. He was some people say, I don't know if he was, some people say he was the first Tibetan to become enlightened in one life. There are many.
Right.
But some people say many Tibetans became enlightened, but some say he was the first, which means that to enter the path of accumulation and achieve Buddha in the same life.
Right, because Naropa was Indian.
He was Indian.
Right.
Yeah, apparently Marpa, who was Tibetan, who was between them, I think it wasn't his first, he had already achieved certain level before he met. So it wasn't in one lifetime, because he achieved enlightenment, but it was, he had already progressed quite a way. He was born almost like a reincarnate person or something, that kind of thing. So some people say Milarepa was the first to go all the way in one life. Then there are many other Tibetans after that. I don't know if he was really the first, but he's certainly the first famous one.
I always remember the teacher kind of pushing him away and him going home and everyone's dead and that whole.
Yeah, he went through so many hardships, and Marpa had to build all those towers and then take the tower down and then build another tower and take that. And he would kick him out. He would actually throw him out of the teaching place. Like, I sometimes think, imagine if anybody, because Marpa knew though that he was at that level that he could bear that, right? Because could you imagine if you went to like a teaching by, if you showed up at Kopan Monastery and Lama Zopa came over and picked you up and just threw you out the door. So, like anyway, Western people we would sue, right? Call a lawyer.
How dare you?
I'm gonna go to the consulate. It was in Nepal. I'm going to my consulate. I'm gonna file anything. So maybe Westerners don't have that easily capacity or something. But okay, and the last one. So if you're doing the resultant refuge, then the other one would be the Buddha, right? So so then you think you're taking refuge in your own future attainment of Buddhahood. So that's clear. And again, these are all done in the context of Mahayana practice, right? So there is that you're taking refuge in those 3 jewels. It's always in the context of the great compassion that we're already doing. So in other words, so you will still visualize. You could visualize Shakyamuni in front of you. Actually, it's a good starting point. But then you'll just contemplate on. So you just still do the same visualization of all beings all around you, like we were before, generating compassion and bodhicitta. Universal responsibility and bodhicitta. But then you just focus your energy and your mind on achieving your own resultant state for the benefit of all. Does that make sense? So it's just a difference of focus in terms
It's like you're visualizing you're already there.
Yeah. Yeah, and the more you understand about those states, then the more you can understand what that would be like and how you benefit others, and the more inspiration. It gives a certain inspiration. Does that make sense? So why don't we do We'll do something like, so we'll, I'll be silent, we'll do some quiet meditation, contemplate like that. And then after a little while, I'll jump in, so you'll just know, I'll just jump in at some point and guide a visualization that's just an expression of this same state of mind. But the main thing is to get into the thinking and the feeling of it, and then we'll do the visualization to enhance that.
continuing to kind of, think and dwell on the kinds of feelings you've been cultivating, then we, again, kind of focus our attention a bit on the golden, rainbow-like form of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us. Also thinking that Shakyamuni Buddha is totally, it's the aspect, is the visualization of Shakyamuni Buddha, but also that he is totally, one with or non-dual from our own teacher. So, it's a guru yoga in that sense, right? That Shakyamuni and your own teacher are non-dual, visualized there in the golden form of Buddha. So Shakyamuni Buddha, golden in color, comes and kind of floats to the crown of your head. So your guru, Shakyamuni Buddha, is there on the crown of your head now. In the nature of perfect universal compassion, great bliss, realizing emptiness, perfect skillful means, the Dharmakaya, Buddha, see all three kayas in one. And so then your guru, Shakyamuni Buddha, melts into light, dissolves into the crown of your head, kind of dissolving into you. Now this is also Guru Yoga, meaning now you're also going to meditate on yourself as unified with your Guru. So you can imagine that you yourself now also melt into light. And just for a while, meditate that your mind and your Guru, Buddha's mind, have mixed like water mixed into water. Kind of allow the ordinary appearance of being in a place, kind of relax and dissolve. Allow the appearance of having a body to just relax and dissolve. that kind of spacious clarity, you can imagine that you yourself kind of manifest in the golden form of Shakyamuni Buddha. Seated on a lotus, sun and moon cushion on a lion throne with a begging bowl. And now, as part of our resultant refuge practice, so you imagine that you as Shakyamuni Buddha, out of great compassion, from your heart and then out through all your pores, radiate light rays. They come from all your pores, they come from the point between your eyebrows. Your entire body is radiating light in every direction. Transforming all sentient beings into Shakyamuni Buddhas. So you imagine that as the light rays strike them, all beings throughout the 6 realms of existence, their minds become the Dharmakaya. And they also achieve the form body of Buddha, so that they too are kind of golden in color, made of light, radiant, totally enlightened Buddhas. They all are achieved, complete bliss, universal compassion, perfect wisdom, perfect skill. That the entire universe is transformed into a pure land. Just for a moment more, you imagine, right, that not this planet, but also this whole solar system, this whole galaxy, all the limitless galaxies in the universe are totally filled with that light, that all places are pure lands, all infinite beings are Buddhas. Everyone has completely realized the Dharma, achieved the resultant state. So within that way of thinking, we should kind of rejoice. Actually, there are many things to rejoice in right now, but particularly, so we should rejoice in our own practice, our result time refuge, resultant refuge. But also we should rejoice together now, in these 2 days of practice together. So as we think about that we've all made effort to be ethical, to be truthful, to meditate on refuge, meditate on love, compassion, bodhicitta, discussing the qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So you kind of think, how wonderful, how great. I've spent 2 days doing something of spiritual value, something meaningful, trying my best, like each of us we all tried our best these 2 days to take some essence of our life. I think, I rejoice, or how wonderful, how great, that this is like something meaningful. And in these 2 days, I've come closer to achieving enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. That the whole process, right, progressing to enlightenment is step by step. So for sure, these are some steps. And we don't have to worry, right, because we know that meditating, especially on refuge, right, for sure is beneficial. There are other practices where maybe there could be like a question if you don't have the right motivation or something like that. But refuge practice definitely benefits the mind. By its very nature, it's establishing the correct motivation. So for sure, we've created very positive karma, very positive causes of future happiness for ourselves and for others. And since we've set up positive causes for happiness for ourselves and others, then we should really rejoice in that. We can rejoice in our own effort and also in everybody else's effort here. So how wonderful that I did that, and also it was you yesterday, it was you today. How wonderful. Even one moment, one moment of effort in virtue is positive, which we've made many moments of effort like that. So in my own effort and every other person's effort, I lift up my heart and rejoice and say how wonderful, how excellent. The cause is excellent, the path is excellent, the result will be excellent. So really it's quite marvelous. It will lead to very good results. So again, we're just kind of dwelling and rejoicing. And then having created all that good karma, and then the rejoicing actually increases good karma. So then we should dedicate our merits. So one dedication is like, may we all be able to practice refuge well in order to gain all the benefits of refuge practice. May all beings find valid, safe refuge from the sufferings that they face. So in this life and all future lives, may each of us here and all others find perfect, valid sources of refuge from the sorrows and sufferings of existence, from the sorrows and sufferings of sense. And then may we progress along the path, and may each of us actually become, right, first realize the Dharma refuge. May each of us become an actual Sangha refuge for others. And finally, we dedicate these merits, may each of us actually become a Buddha refuge for countless others by this virtuous karma. The supreme jewel, bodhicitta, where it has not arisen, may it arise and grow. Where it has arisen, may it not diminish, but increase more and more. In the snowy mountain paradise, you the source of good and happiness, all powerful, Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara's end. Also may all the other holy teachers of the Dharma live long, may all the wishes in their holy minds be fulfilled. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, so I dedicate my merits to follow after their perfect examples. May everyone, we can dedicate, like, may everyone who sees me, hears my voice, hears my name, touches me, thinks of me, has any direct or indirect contact with me, may that only benefit them and never harm them. Through that, may they be placed on the path other. May I quickly attain the state of a Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings to that enlightened state. Finally, do the refuge sealed with emptiness, like we did yesterday. So through these virtuous merits, which are dependently arisen, merely labeled, totally empty from their own side. May I, the I, which is merely labeled, totally empty from its inside, lead all mother sentient beings, independently arisen, totally empty from their own side. So the state of Buddha's enlightenment, which is also dependently arisen, totally empty, true existence, inherent existence. May I do so even by myself alone,